Can't believe I'm back. Can't believe it's this. The old God stepping in to a world of flames. Everything is tight for shareholder might. It's time to stop and think what the point really is. But how about you? They laughed in your face. They spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dust. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones. Don't gaslight me with lies, but don't string hopes up to die. Living in the real world is the greatest prize. If you hear just one thing, let it be this: there's an enormous world outside, so don't wait to take it in. But how about you? They laughed in your face. They spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dust. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones. And toiling and hustling, and it seems a dead end. But on the eve of this apocalypse, I'm plowing ahead. But how about you? They laughed in your face. They spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dusk. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones.
It costs too much. It costs too much. I gave it all, but it costs too much. Every day I'm a slave to corporate men on higher pay. Just wanna sit and game after another hard day. But GPU ballooned in price, CPU are hard to find, motherboards aren't coming down, and PSU are gambles now. My paycheck can't stretch no more. The government took it all, so I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. My GTX is running dry. Battlefield can say goodbye. What happened to the common people? Why have we been left behind? It hardly seems fair. I work all day, still stuck here. The last cent in my pay packet is buying Jensen's 13th jacket. GPU ballooned in price, CPU are hard to find, motherboards aren't coming down, and PSU are gambles now. My paycheck can't stretch no more. The government took it all, so I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. Fizzle out the lights, step out the door, shroud myself in black, let the city swallow me, because I am done, I am alone, I am dark. Fizzle out the lights, step out the door, shroud myself in black, let the city swallow me, because I am done, I am alone, I am dark, 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 I am
I always shoot to kill. If it's crucial or G-skill, I'll always deal my blow to Patriot and more. But today I'm feeling something, a changing in the winds. A kit for $90 is now 176. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. When the new day's dawning, brothers rise up with me. I always wait for deals. My suit is clean today. Black Friday coming up, but it seems darker still. I only wanna play a stupid game for 3 hours after work. I've worked so damn hard.
Samsung SK Hynix Devil comes in threes.
GPT and Sora are a rotten disease. DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. When the new day's dawning, brothers rise up with me. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never
see neon signs that draw me in, but I turn back to where I begin. Here in the night you can't find me. Here in the dark you can't see me. I've been running for years, I'm out of ideas. Here in the black, I am whole. Show me your light, I'll snuff it out. Show me your blue, I'll show you black. I'm on a task you'd not understand. I'm building something here to show you all. Here in the night you can't find me. Here in the dark you can't see me. I've been running for years, I'm out of ideas. Here in the black, I am home. I've been running for years. I've been fighting my tears. I've been running for years. I found my peace, and it's here, here in the black. I am
Good morrow. Good morrow, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if the sound or anything is bad, but I will get to you guys in the chat in just a moment, but let's tease the stream. You read the title correctly. We're using a teeny tiny cooler with a 9800X 3D and a fat RTX 5090. And I really think this is going to work because I've actually done it before in this exact case with this exact cooler and the exact CPU, and it worked really well. So we'll see. So the good thing about the Antec Performance 1M case is it is slightly larger than things like the Terra, but it's still definitely an ITX thing. You can put two fans in the bottom, which really helps with pushing air through the system. And you can put really big GPUs in it. It's ever so slightly too narrow to put a 67mm cooler on it, so you have to really min-max everything to get the most out of it. So we've got two Fractal Aspect 14 fans here. Nothing particularly special about these. They just came with a Fractal Ridge that I wasn't using, but they'll be plenty fine. You don't need to go for any fancy fans. It's just to get some airflow through the system. These will do nicely. You can put two of those in the bottom. This is the 5090, so it's the Gigabyte Windforce. Obviously with an ITX build, you do have to be a little bit more discerning about which one you choose in terms of length. But one of the benefits of this Antec case, it does support up to 350mm of length, so you can have a few more options for it. The thickness should be fine, as I've measured it. The only difference between this one and the previous time I've done this same build is that I used a Zotac last time. It wasn't quite as tall in this direction, so hopefully it will still fit. I think it will still fit. If it doesn't, I do have an escape plan, so don't worry. You might be asking why I would put all these components into such a small build, and I wouldn't recommend that you guys do it. But I got a specialist request from a production company, and they go all around Europe, so they need a really small system, but they need it to be super powerful to run an Unreal Engine thing, some kind of architecture thing. So they requested these exact parts, and obviously I helped out with the cooling recommendation, but they said, we need a 5090, we need a 9800X3D, and it's non-negotiable. It has to be in a small case because it's going to go in trucks, it's going to go on planes, etc. So I have done this before. I think you lose around 5% performance on the CPU, but generally you get away with it. You still get fantastic performance. So let's go through it. So obviously we know we've got our WindForce 5090, and we have a backup plan. Have another, not 5090 if that one doesn't work. We have the CPU in here. I'll show you that first. So it's a tray version, so it doesn't come with the retail box. You get these pre-retail from distributors, but it is a 9800X3D. Just doesn't come with the retail packaging. Comes in a little box like that. Saves me about 20 quid on the CPU. It's pretty cool. Now to cool that, that's what we're going to use for the 9800X3D. You're going to think I'm crazy, and it is kind of crazy, but it works. It really works if you tune it properly, and the tuning is the key thing here. You can't just run this stock. It will burn up if you run it stock. So this is the Thermalright AXP90X53, I think it's called, but it's the full copper. When you do a build like this, you've got to min-max. You really do have to pull every lever that you can. So the full copper is going to help, and this is quite heavy. It's definitely copper. It's not just painted aluminium. What we are going to do though is, I'm sure this fan is fine, but like we said, we're min-maxing. So we've picked up this Noctua NF something. I don't know what it's called. I can't remember. I've got the box somewhere, but it's a 90mm fan that's it's got the same dimensions as the one there. So we're going to swap that onto it as well, just to really min-max things. Motherboard. You don't need anything fancy for a Ryzen CPU. But even so, we've got the MSI Edge B850. And this is a really nice B850. It does only have an 8-phase V-core on the CPU, but it uses 90 amp power stages. So it's actually a bit like having a 12-phase VRM with standard 60 amp stages. And for a 9800X3D, guys, this is more than enough. This is absolutely fine. The reason I chose the MSI versus another brand is because this one, it will support the 128GB RAM, which is the main thing actually, but anyone that's used RAM and is on the borderline of what will actually be supported will know that MSI boards are really good for keeping RAM stable. Normally in this kind of build, I would actually use an ASRock B850i Lightning, and that works great, but anyone that's used ASRock before knows that trying to tune RAM and get RAM stable on anything except stock levels is really difficult. Most of the time, if you've got a 32 or a 64GB kit, or even a 48, of course, you're going to run Expo absolutely fine on an ASRock board. But if there's any manual tuning needed at all, you're going to have a bad time. ASRock's not good for manual memory tuning. So that's why we went for this one. But it's a pretty nice board overall. I know it's white, but you're not really going to see it. It's going to be underneath there. And this is more of a performance build. We're not too worried. So yeah, there we go. And just to note on the ASRock thing, I've used dozens of ASRock boards. I've never had a single one break. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it must be vanishingly rare because I don't think anyone's ever been able to actually recreate those faults. I'm not invalidating your experience if it's happened to you, but I've just never seen it myself. And I will get to you guys in the chat in just a moment. I'm just introducing everything. Remember these guys? Crucial. RIP. So it's a T500, 1TB. I think this is crazy. I mean, this customer spent like £6 on this PC. And I said, do you want more than 1TB? I'll give you a good deal. And they said, no, and you need 1TB. So I was like, okay. So I got them quite a nice one. It's a Gen 4 with DRAM. It's going to be pretty sweet for what they need. I'm expecting a phone call in a couple of weeks saying they need another storage drive. So I did warn them. And then almost the most expensive part of this build, which is utterly crazy, is this 128GB Corsair Vengeance kit. And I think it was like £1,450. Might have been more actually. It might have been 1,600. So stupid. I said to them, do you really need this much RAM, guys? Go with 48GB. It's going to be a third of the price. It's probably not going to change anything. They said, no, we want the best one. So I was like, okay, I'll use it, but I don't recommend it. But they wanted to pay, they paid, so that's what we're using. So I think that brings us mainly up to date with the parts. Obviously, we've got the power supply here. And I think with this kind of build, You can't do anything else other than use an SF1000 here. I think if you're going to do a full proper build, you don't take chances with the power supply. I mean, you never should anyway. But you know, I wouldn't use any brand apart from Corsair. I don't think they are just the most reliable in there, especially for the ITX stuff. There's nothing really comes close. So that's definitely what we want to use, and it's nice and compact as well. Comes with nice silky kind of braided-ish cables, so they're going to be easy to route. So there we go. So that is everything. I don't think I've missed anything there. So I'll leave all that in view. This is going to be a bit of a mega project. Now I have done this one other time and it did work. I don't think you lose very much performance. I'm actually doing a video on this build, but for a different customer before. And you can get that CPU running at 75 degrees C. You can do it. You'll lose about 5% performance, but that's fine. I'm all right with that. Okay, so let's just quickly address some of the chat. Say hello to everybody. It's quite a split poll. Everybody's here for the booty, and I need to change that pinned comment. I just thought that was funny. I'm going to unpin that. Afternoon, everybody. We've got Philo, we've got Max, we've got... Yeah, Gary says they requested a mobile barbecue. You know what? This thing does kick out a lot of heat, but we're gonna keep it under control-ish. But don't worry about, you know, when we think about does a system produce a lot of heat, it's not the temperature of the components that contributes to that, it's the wattage. So let's say you had your GPU running at like 50 degrees C. If it was still pulling 500 watts, you're still going to get a shed load of heat dumped into your room. That's just how it works. Does this cooler fit into the Terra? Yeah, it'll fit in the Terra, but the GPU won't. That's the difference. So and those two fans that you can get in the bottom of this case help a lot. RAM is expensive. Yeah, well, Respawn, in other words, water is wet. But this is obviously a production machine, so it's a business expense for the guy that's buying it. I would never recommend anyone use this kind of spec for gaming. It's just silly, isn't it? It's just, I don't think anyone needs a 5090. Luminary says, do you think the 3080 is still worth it in 2026 and later? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it depends, doesn't it? Like, you use the tool for the job. Like, the reason we've got a 5090 here is because it's a tool for a job. So it all depends on what your needs are. And then UltraHash says, what happens if you have a second PSU and you shot the 2 pins in the 24-pin connector and used the... Eh? I don't really know what you mean there. Yeah, Max, that's it. It's a tax write-off. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I hope this RAM works, because that's going to be a painful RMA experience if it doesn't. So, interesting. Stupid amount of money. I recommended they did not buy the 128 gigs. I told them that 48 would be fine. But you have to do what the customer wants. So, there you go. Okay. So I think we should just probably crack on. What should we do first? Let's just give this a little shimmy over to the side here. And we'll just take the panels off this, get it shelled and ready. I think we could probably put those bottom fans in first. That might be a good shout. But this is the Antec Performance 1M case. You know, it doesn't really win in any one particular... doesn't win in any one particular category. It's not the smallest for high-end components, but it also doesn't support liquid cooling. So it's in a bit of a halfway house, but that means it's in between on size, which is just about right for this customer. And it really is the smallest you can fit these two components into, unless you start going into really niche cases that you have to wait months to come in, and that's just not realistic for a business purchase. But obviously, if you could get a case that's really small with a 240 liquid cooler, then you're going to be in business, aren't you? So yeah. But I offered the customer the Lian Li A3 and a couple of others, but they said they're just too big. How to use a second PSU only for GPU? I wouldn't recommend it. I don't know why you would do that. Just sell one of them, and then you can just or sell both of them and get one that actually works for your needs. I wouldn't ever recommend PSU workarounds like that. I used to do it a bit with crypto mining when people bought rigs, but not since then. Magic place. Yeah, of course you can. You've already asked a question there, so you might as well have just asked the question that you're going to in the first place, eh? Right, so we've got the screws. And there's a little user manual there. One of the other good things about this case is it's very minimal front panel. Just this is all of the front panel stuff, which is great. Helps with the cable routing. Comes with a PCIe 4 riser in place. God, that is going to be tight. Oh my gosh. Shall we? Shall we? Let's just see. Oh. Okay. Yes, it will fit. It'll be a bit tight on the plug on the top, but it will fit. Jesus, that is tight though. Look at that. Oh. You do have to be quite careful with the GPU you choose in ITX stuff, but good. That's reassuring. You can take the bottom off, and this case, like the Terra, has the adjustable spine as well, so you can slide it back and forward, and that's one of the things we need in order to make this build work. Is obviously a lot of GPU side weighting. So I think we could start by putting the case fans in, get that out of the way before moving on to something else. And I don't have any screws for it, so I'm going to have to go upstairs and get some. Unbelievable. Did not come prepared for this stream, did I? Okay. I got 27 viewers on a Sunday. That's fantastic. Right, guys, I will be back in, I don't know, about 2 minutes' time. I've just got to go and get some screws because I didn't bring the screws down for those two case fans. Oh, unless... I wonder if they put any in here. They did not. Okay. So let's put a little bit of radio on. Can this run hentai games on 4K? Brother, you're in the wrong stream. This isn't Guna Surgeon. I'm just trying to get this to play some music, but it won't. Come on. I'll give it one more try, and if it doesn't work, then we're going music free with a raw dog in this thing. Yeah, it's not working. That's okay. All right. So it's the Antec Performance 1M case is what we're using today. Am I an inspiring musician? Not really. I mean, I'll never be a musician. I can't sing well enough. But I've played the guitar for like 10 years now. Just sort of chilled thing. Nothing fancy. So Ish says, I can't lie, lately PC builds have not excited me due to the pricing. Yeah, that's quite a commonly held thought in the community, but I mean, one of the things we always say on this channel is we don't get emotional about PC hardware because it's not food and water. It's not putting your life at risk. So whilst it is awful and it's bad for my business, let's not go crazy with this stuff. The case is nice, man. Antec Performance 1M. I like it. I think it looks great. Right. So we have PSU there, that there. This doesn't really matter too much exactly where we... You are a Britisher. Yes, that is. Computer Britisher. Pleased to make your acquaintance, sir. Oh. Oh, God, this is annoying. I think I've got the wrong size bit on this for this screw. Oh, Mr. Rainbow, the 4070 Ti Super is a classic. It's great. It still performs really well now, and you've got the good VRAM. Yeah, nice pickup. I think you'll be happy with that for a long time. Finally, when you move from laptop to PC, prices have skyrocketed. You're right. Yeah, that's unlucky timing. Very unlucky timing. Ooh. Should probably change the bit on this screwdriver at some point. Except when you're downloading, your cursor lags out. I've never heard of that before. Max says, usually Kingston Fury non-RGB is well, actually even RGB will usually fits under most coolers. But all you have to do is just look at the cooler that you want to buy, and then it will tell you what the clearance is. John's Pratt, thought on not sure. No, I don't think they are worth it. And do you know what? We've actually got a video coming up soon, literally comparing cheap Thermalright fans to Noctuas. I haven't actually done the testing, so I can't tell you exactly what's better. But from my experience, it's not as noticeable as you think. The key thing with the fans is to tune them, so do your own manual fan curves, and undervolt as well. Whoa, Mr. Rainbow's come in with a 10 bucko super chat. Thanks, dude. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. So with the Noctuas, like, you could if you want, but in ITX, like, you're going to get a lot of benefit from undervolting. So usually you don't need to invest that much. I'm only doing it in this particular build with the CPU cooler fan because we really have to min-max. So if you factory reset magic, it will help, but really you should just do a full clean installation of Windows rather than using the reset this PC option. I would do a proper delete the partition, reinstall Windows, etc. Right, so we're case fanned up, and like the position of these doesn't matter too much. It's just about getting a bit of air to go through the system. Because of the way this case is laid out, they're not going to do a lot of direct cooling or anything like that. It's more just to encourage air to circulate through the case, and because you have those rails available. I was toying with the idea of trying a 240 radiator with just a single slim fan on it, but I don't think that's going to get you much, and I think it's a bit of a risk. you'll also have the pump at the top of the circuit as well, which is never ideal. So yeah. Okay, so with the ITX, you can try it a few different ways. You can put the GPU in first, you can put the CPU side in first. Doesn't really matter too much. So why don't we just make our platform and go from there? Yeah, definitely a small form factor case. Look at it, it's teeny. It's like it's smaller than the box for the 5090. The other thing to note, Magic Place, is that if it might be your Wi-Fi. Maybe you're getting a Wi-Fi cross signal because some Wi-Fi networks are on 2.4 gigahertz. So some mouse and keyboard receivers are also 2.4 gigahertz. So you might be having a bit of interference there. That's another thing that could happen. Yeah, but you don't need to visualize it. Everything is written online. You can just look. You just look at what's written. Do your parts fit? Yes or no? Easy. Okie dokie. Let's give that a slide back so it's a bit more central. You can be sure. You can be sure. You just look. You look at the case. You look at what it can support. You look at the cooler you're going to use and what RAM clearance it has. Then you look at the height of the RAM. All easy to do. Asus NUC and connect it to TV and play games on weekends. Yeah, fair enough. You know, I sound like a broken record here, but I've got one video planned, haven't started it yet, where we're going to do a Fractal Ridge build, put that underneath the TV for a similar kind of thing. So why do people use Noctua fans? Some people like the look of them. Some people like the noise profile. They do have the best noise profile. It's not about being the quietest. It's like the actual noise profile is just a bit more pleasing. It's not as grating. So that's why people buy them. I mean, I don't ever recommend them apart from in this exact situation where you're min-maxing everything. Most of the time, you could take somebody's Noctua fans out of their computer and swap them with something else, and if they couldn't see them, they wouldn't notice the difference. Okay, so we should probably start by putting the M2 SSD in, so let's do that. So there's a couple of options. We could put it on the back here. Obviously, you don't have a heatsink. Upside of that is it's easy to service and put a new one in later. Downside is you might get reduced performance. So I think we're going to put it on the heatsink side. It just means that if you ever need to put another SSD in it, you have to take the whole motherboard out, put it on the back, which is not that fun. Although we'll see. I think this one only has two M2 slots. Sometimes they double stack them on the front as well, so we'll see. Yeah. It's interesting. It's got like a two-part heatsink. Got like one bit of thermal pad here, and then another bit that sort of corresponds with that on the other side. Not sure how I feel about that. Doesn't really matter anyway. It'll be cooled just fine. I think usually the controller is close to this edge anyway. Harry, yeah, this is a customer build for a production company. They travel all around Europe, so it had to be small form factor. They chose a lot of the parts. I just made sure that it fits. What's up? What's up, Respawn? Hello. Action Ace has subscribed. That's a cool name. Like that. I zoom that in a bit more. Will it go more? No. Fab. Go pop that back on. It's easy. Clip that screw. Thread this one as well. This is quite an elaborate heatsink. I think it's probably a bit overkill, to be honest, but it works. Hi, I'm watching from country name. Sounds like a threat, does it? Well, I do have 128 gigabytes of RAM, so yeah, maybe it is a threat. What's your thoughts on buying a GPU at this point in time? I feel like it's now or never. Well, they are going to go up, so do with that information what you will. I mean, don't look to YouTubers to tell you what to do with your life. Like, look at the information available and make your own decision. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this M2 SSD screw in now, because I know the customer ain't going to keep it. And then they're going to go, I need to put another SSD and I don't have the screw. Ah. So we put that in there. We can always use it later if needed. I mean, the reason they put this fan on is because it's PCI Gen 5 slot, isn't it? And they do get a bit hotter, in fairness. I don't know. So maybe that's why. Okay, so why don't we put in our DDR5 next? Good God, I hope this is stable. I really hope this runs stable. Oh, good. I'm not going to have another build I can use 128 gigs for. I'll have to return it. I'll be very careful with the packaging not to damage it. You're going to be buying your own PC because you just don't trust yourself. Well, that's, you know what, for the first PC, yeah, that's fine, isn't it? Then you can tinker with that PC and upgrade it. And then you'll learn the skills a little bit, you get more confidence, and then you can build your own next time. I do have a link in the description. I'll be putting out some courses soon on how to build a PC. I know you can get those free guides on YouTube, and they're okay, but you do spend a lot of time trying to research exactly how to do it. Whereas I'm going to be putting out a course that just literally tells you exactly what you need to do with very clear imaging, so you can see everything. It's really comprehensive. Okay. Is it safe to put a motherboard on a mouse pad? Yeah, of course it is. It's anti-static. And to be honest, in the UK, it's so damp and muggy that you're not going to get a static shock from this anyway. So honestly, no, it's no problem. The case is the Antec Performance 1M. You're going to stress test this? No. I just thought I'd put it together and then just chuck it in a box and see what happens. Lol. I've already put a plug over the HDMI port. I've started doing that now because I keep getting support tickets about them plugging it into the wrong one and having reduced performance. Even though I put printouts in the package, it's in the setup guide, they still put it in here for some godforsaken reason. So I've started putting plugs on it. Cool. CPU next. Quick socket inspection, no bent pins, fantastic. Grab our CPU. Optimum Tech, that guy is, I love that guy. I don't know how he gets so many views on his videos though. I mean, I guess it's the production quality. But he did an OLED burn-in thing and it got like 300k views within an hour. Absolutely crazy. One question, did the RAM cost as much as the 5090? No, but it was strangely close. So, yeah. Okay. CPU in the socket. Fabulous. And you never throw these away. Never, never, never. The storage heatsink was the GPU. Brother, you've got a lot to learn. Okay. Cooler next. Don't want to make the mistake of not taking this off, so off it comes. Ah, now I think this has got, yeah, this has got the Intel stuff on it, so we'll have to take that bracket off and replace it with the AMD. Whoops. Need to keep those screws. I see HDMI I put in. Yeah, it's probably true. Oh God, you know, it's just it does grind my gears when people don't read the setup instructions, because I had somebody call me twice. Firstly to say, I thought my PC was already built. Why isn't it built? There's loads of boxes in there. And I said, no, those are the empty boxes from the retail parts so that you can resell them in future. It's like, oh, okay. And they called like 10 minutes later about something else, saying there was a grinding noise. Like, yep, you got an air-cooled system. We put a cable tie around the air cooler to stop it shaking around in transit. That's in the setup guide. It's like, oh, okay, thanks. I mean, I guess people just get excited, right? And they don't think, but all you have to do is read the instructions, right? The PCI slot is 4.0. So you do maybe lose 1 to 2% performance there, but it's not going to be noticeable. I'm not worried about that whatsoever. Okay. Now I need the box with all the rest of the stuff in. I think we'll need to take a... Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see, Timmy. We'll see. I have done this before, and I got it working. I always tell people you're probably spending too much on cooling. Although it is still nice to have a 360 rad on this. Let's be real, right? Right, so stock mounting hardware is off, and now I need the AMD mounting stuff. I'm actually going to get the instructions just to be sure. Okay. It comes with a backplate. Oh, was there a backplate in the box? I didn't do it with a backplate last time. Will you see the temps after finishing? Of course we will. Yeah, of course. Is it worth getting the 9060 XT 16 gig over the 6800 XT? You know what? I think they're quite evenly matched, aren't they? I think either one will be okay. My understanding is that the 9060 XT has better driver support and newer features, so I would probably get the 9060 XT. But you're not going to be bad either way you go. And presumably you're buying the 6800 XT used, so you won't be getting warranty with it. All right, I just need to go and find the box for this cooler then, see if it's got a backplate in it. I really thought, I'm sure last time I used the stock backplate. I'm sure I did. Isn't this cooler? What would be the alternative cooler to this? Would be my question. Yeah, I do have a backplate there. I can't think of a better alternative. In these kind of cases, the updraft coolers just aren't very good. That is a pretty cursed cooling setup, yeah. Although sometimes it would be worth it for the aesthetics, right? Because you can get 360 coolers for like 60 quid now. All right. So they want us to take out the existing backplate, as you wish. But I'm sure these are... You can't, can you? Because they're held in with nuts here. So you'd have to take the ILM off. No, that won't work. No, we're not going to use this backplate. I knew there was a reason why I didn't use it last time. Because you'd have to take the whole ILM off and then take these screws out here to get the backplate off. And there's no way in a customer build I'm using a contact frame on an AMD system. Absolutely no chance. Okay, so we'll just use the existing backplate then. I'm sure there is an option for that as well. Yeah, yeah, that's what we did last time. Okay, that's much better. Yeah, you're right. I think it is just for AM4, right? Because usually the AM4, I remember that AM4 backplates, they would just drop out, wouldn't they? Which might be why they updated it this way, but I remember before that they would always just drop out. So I think we'll be fine. And that's the same way I did it last time. I did it with the stock backplate. So yeah, I think you're right on that one. Now, which way up does the groove go on? Because it looks like they're a bit. Looks like the screws are slightly countersunk. I'm going to go with this way up. In these kind of these sandwich cases, these downdraft coolers, they just seem to do a lot better than updraft coolers. So I never use those. There's that one Noctua cooler, isn't there? That's like 70mm tall. That has an updraft style. It just doesn't seem to work very well. Fab. Now we need to work out which ones of these should be used next. Install screws B2. So which one's B2? There isn't one called B2. Fantastic. The B2 is the bracket. Oh. Do I recommend buying an HP Victus? Is that a laptop? Oh my god, 8GB of RAM. You do not want a laptop with 8GB of RAM. It's a grim experience. That will be a bad computer. I think it's the shorter screws for AM5 because they come in the pack with the nuts, which is what you use to attach the backplate. So I would assume they'll put those in the same bag. So that's going to go on like that. So, oh god, this is a. And then presumably you put the nuts on the rear to secure that in place on the other side. That must be it, right? Has to be. Well, can you upgrade it? Because lots of laptops have soldered RAM, so you can't upgrade them. So you need to look into that. Side draft. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah, you don't want to buy that laptop. I mean, it's a 3050 laptop. It would be even worse than the desktop one. Why do you need a laptop anyway? The only time to buy a laptop is if you're frequently moving. No, that's not how it works, Harry. That doesn't mean, of course, you could upgrade the RAM. You need to actually look into it and find out if there's a spare RAM slot on the motherboard. There's so many laptops out there that don't have that slot for you to put another stick in. Some of them don't even have a slot at all. Some of them are full soldered, so you couldn't even take out the stick that's already there. Right. So I know I haven't put paste on yet. I'm just doing a quick test run. Yeah, see, I've fucked something up here because that's too wide. I've put, I think those arms have to be the other way around, don't they? What have I done wrong here? I did this a couple of weeks ago and there was no probs. What case is that on the thumbnail? It's the same one we're using, Antec Performance 1M. It has 2 slots. Nice. So there you go. You could upgrade the RAM. I still don't think it's going to be a very fast laptop for you, but at least you can upgrade the RAM. You'd have to. And you have to factor that into the cost as well, of course. It doesn't fit either way. So maybe I put the wrong brackets on. This user guide is terrible, by the way. So I think I've used the Intel ARMs rather than the AMD ones. So a little swap-y. Yeah, you're right, Timmy. I do have the Intel fitting on. Oh my gosh. All part of the fun. Oh, thanks, Johns. Yeah, I mean, I consider this CPU cooler the last resort, the only thing that you can use if you're trying to do a build like this. I don't recommend it, but it's in the current moment, it's unavoidable. We have to do it this way. There is no other cooler in this size range that will compete. I mean, Harry, it will play Fortnite and basic games, but really don't expect anything amazing out of that laptop. Laptops are throttled even compared to their desktop equivalents, and a 3056 gig on the desktop isn't that good. Looks like the CPU you've got is all right. I don't really know too much about the laptop market, so I can't really say whether I'll give you a recommendation or not. All right, so that looks like it's going now. Cool. Yeah, it goes. All right. With my, oh yes, we're going to use better thermal paste as well, aren't we? You only want to play the Forza Horizon. I mean, it'll probably be all right. If you just want to play one game, you can just look it up on YouTube. Put Forza Horizon 6 and then the GPU and CPU that's in the PC or the laptop. So we're using Noctua NTH2. This is, I think this is the second best paste you can get. So I think there's a Thermal Grizzly Extreme one that's maybe slightly better, but you're really splitting hairs at that point. Alternatively, you could use one of those PTM pads, but there's no good UK supplier for those, so I haven't been able to get them. Okay. A little bit of paste. We don't want to put too much, but we also don't want to put too little. This is going to be more of a long service life system. So we will err on the side of giving slightly more than we need. That will probably be just about perfect, I think, if not maybe slightly too much. Gently place that down. Then we have to secure it from the other side. So I need to get those little nut pieces. So we use these little beauties to secure that in place, and it comes with a nice like nut driver attachment here as well, so that's helpful. It's not catching very well. Maybe we should use the longer screws. We'll see if we can get it to catch. Might just need to apply a bit more pressure from the other side, of course, as well. Oh no, you can hand tighten that, that's okay. Do you recommend a PC for 500? I mean, yeah, you're going to be looking in the used space, but yeah, it will be better. A desktop is always better than a laptop for value, always. No worries, Harry. Have a good day, my friend. Hopefully you find the computer you're looking for. Okay, let's tighten these down. Oh yeah, that's got purchased now, that's okay. Oh, actually, these screws are perfect. They go right up to the end of that nut piece. That's great. What are my thoughts on the Asus NUC? I don't like the NUCs because they're not upgradable. Well, not in the same way as a regular PC is. I know you can upgrade them in certain ways, but I don't know why you would want to limit yourself unless there's a significant price incentive. I just don't really see what the appeal is. Oh, oh, what the hell? No, dude. That one's actually snapped. That's crazy. I have to use the long screw for that one. Oh my god. What an absolute nightmare. Absolute L in the chat for that. What a stinker. That's madness. Look, snapped off. Maybe I overtalked it. I didn't feel like I was overtalking it. You put a smidge more paste on the center of that as well, just a smidge. Crazy stuff. Okay, take two. what? Oh God, one of the long screws snapped. I hope that's going to have enough clearance from the back. I'm sure it will be fine. That's madness. Absolute madness. Obviously, you want to put enough tension on it to get a good contact, but maybe I did it too much. I don't know. I don't feel like I did. I'm sure it came with a spare nut. Where is that gone? There it is. Probably because that sometimes happens. Gotta love the realities. Yeah, that's true. Well, at least we have a contingency. I mean, if this doesn't work, I would just get another one and RMA that screw, because that should not happen. I didn't put very much tension on it at all. It's probably good that that happened, actually, because you wouldn't want it to break like at another time when it's in a mission critical situation. I'm only doing it until it's just firm resistance. I'm not forcing anything. Cool. So we're in business. Yeah, I really hope that's going to be okay. I'm sure it will, but we'll find out soon. Noctua fan. Right, and I need the little clip. What do you guys think about the Noctua color scheme? Think it's gross or kind of endearing? I think they've kind of embraced it, haven't they? As like it's the mark of quality, if you like. Does anyone else hate putting these on as much as me? I didn't think I put too much pressure on it. I'm always deliberately quite conservative with that kind of thing. So I don't know. Who knows? It could be me. It could be manufacturing problem. I don't know. But at least we had a backup. That's a good thing. I'd rather it fail now than at another time, right? Oh, do you know what? That cable's a bit annoying, isn't it? Should we? Let's just reset. Pop it that way. What do you think about 3080 Ti? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's good. If you got it for a good price. I mean, the price is always the key factor, isn't it, as to whether it was a good pickup or not. But there's nothing wrong with it. It's still pretty good GPU. 12 gigs of VRAM is plenty. There's only very certain titles where 12 isn't enough. And that's usually when you're playing at 4K. And there might be a few situations where at 1440p you can exceed that, but you have to be looking for it really. So yeah. Yeah, that's it, it said, exactly. I think I'm actually, in a way, I'm kind of glad that it snapped now and not later. God, I hate these metal clips. They're so annoying to put on. Like, these are even more annoying than the usual ones. Oof. Right, we're good. We're on. Fan spinning freely. And secure as anything. Perfect. You hate the AMD stock cooler. Joe, the AMD stock cooler does what it needs to do, but it does nothing more. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Okay, so put this into the CPU fan. Header there. Isn't that cute? Isn't that a cute little computer? I'm not a fan. Yeah, I think I mean, the Noctuas are all right, but the problem I have is when people spend a load of money on things like Noctua fans when they haven't maxed out the rest of their system. Like, why would you get Noctua fans but get a worse CPU? Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. So unless you're, got nothing else to spend that money on. 500 for a 3080 Ti, is that good? I don't know. How does that compare to a 5070? I don't know. So I think we need to be sensible here. I know, shock. Let's test this out as like a desktop, if you like. Make sure it boots with everything in place before we start mounting it into the case, right? Yeah, so this is a thermal write, not thermal take, but I take your point. Yes, to be honest, is it going to make a lot of difference? Potentially not, but you do have to really min-max everything on this kind of build. I usually would not recommend changing the fan on any coolers because it generally isn't going to get you too much more performance. But we are really pushing the boundary of what's possible. So actually I have to take out that little HDMI plug. We'll just boot this up, make sure it works before doing anything else. What do I think about the 4060 Ti 16GB at a price of 340 bucko? It's like meh, right? It's kind of meh. 5070 versus 30. No, real one. Don't use user benchmark. It's not an accurate website. Look on YouTube for comparisons. Look at multiple videos, and come to a conclusion that way. Honestly, user benchmark is not reliable. Ugh. I don't know what's going on with that website, but I don't agree with most of the stuff that they say on there. So, yeah. Intel glazing, yeah. I don't understand this. What is it with this brand loyalty thing, guys? I just don't understand it. I don't care whether it's AMD, Intel, I just don't give a shit. I just choose the one that makes the most sense. I've got a couple of Intel builds coming up because at the moment the 14600K is the best for DDR4 that's reasonably available. So it's just use the right tool for the right job, isn't it? Okay, right, we ready? Let's see if this works. Right, where is the front panel on this one? Am I blind? Where is the front panel? That looks like front panel. Try that. Oh, it is that one. Fantastic. Oh, okay, so it's woken the monitor up, so that's a good start. Does this have EZ debugs on it? It does. It's stuck on DRAM at the moment. Uh-oh. Let's hope it's just let's just hope it's training and it's gonna boot, please. Otherwise, we're gonna be in a bad way. Well, I guess it is 128 gigs. Let's hope the training just takes a bit longer. This is exactly why you test it outside with an ITX build. Thanks for the sub. Oh, thank God for that. Okay, so we've booted. Amazing. All right. That is a relief. So I think I'm actually going to update the BIOS now because I want to make sure that I don't like mess things up by updating the BIOS. I want to make sure it still all boots. So I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to do. I just need to download the BIOS. So B850i Edge TI Wi-Fi. BIOS, LAN drivers, perfect. Just making a little folder on my BIOS update USB, MSI 850i Edge TI Wi-Fi. Right, that's extracting. Give that a moment. 128 gigs RAM. Get him. Yeah. I'm just happy it booted, honestly, because that's the maximum supported RAM on this motherboard. Luckily, it is Corsair Vengeance, which is generally quite well supported by motherboards in the QVL, so it helps. Yeah, upgrading this CPU later will be fun, won't it? Because you have to take the whole motherboard out because of the way that this mounted. Right, how are we doing on the WinRAR front? Have we extracted in full? Looks like it. Safely remove. You want to replicate this? Well, Tyler, obviously we're doing the live stream today, but I am doing a video. I've done this build before, this exact case, the exact components. Apart from the motherboard, it was a different motherboard last time. It was a ASRock last time. So yes, we can. You'll be able to learn how to do it a bit more on that because it'll be more of a up-to-date thing. But okay, so we need to update BIOS. So mflash, yes. It's so cute and little. Look at it. Tiny little PC. It takes so long to boot though with all that RAM. Stupid. It's training it for so long. Come on. It should be trained by now, actually. There we go. Yeah. We're all good. Okay. Yes, I do. It's just like this file. Oh, I know. I'm not saying you don't know how to build it, but the real key thing with this kind of spec is the setup. It's putting it together. It's not that hard. It's choosing the parts and the tweaks you have to do afterwards to make it work. And you do have to accept that you're going to lose only a few percentage points of performance. Just surfing. Surfing. Yeah, it must be. It's quite early in the US, isn't it, at the moment? It's like, what's just before 7 a.m., isn't it? I think on the East Coast, if I remember correctly. Guys, I'm going to leave that going for a second. I need to use the little boys' room. So I'll be right back. Hey, come on, it Zed. Don't be tempting fate with that kind of stuff, man. It would be kind of funny. Although it has flashback, so it'd be fine. You could just flash it. It would mean the stream goes out though, guys. Oh, actually, yes, it would. Yes, it would, because my router would go out. Okay, so it's nearly updated. I have a very important question to ask all of you. Which drink should I have? Ting or Rubicon Lychee? Ting, Rubicon Lychee. Come on. What do we choose, guys? Come on. We can only choose one. They're both ice cold, ready to drink. Don't leave me hanging. 128 gigs is fantastic for a music production system because you don't want any dips at all. So I think that is a reasonable use of high RAM. Because you're very latency sensitive with music production. Grapefruit, it's done. It's the Ting. We're having the Ting. Oh, the crack of the can. Cheers, boys. Oh, I've got to say, the lychee is pretty banging as well. Oh, we're almost finished on the BIOS. So the reason I've done this is just obviously as a little test thing outside, and I always recommend people do that. We'll try and run the Expo profile as well, see if that works. So yeah, you're right. Well, I think both of them are quite high in sugar, so both of them I will be drinking some water afterwards for sure. Does ITX building take more time? Yes, especially when you do it like this, because building it is about 2/3 of the battle. The rest will be tweaking it until it's at a point where it's stable. When I say stable, I mean temperature stable. Is this my first time? No, I've done loads of ITX builds. It's actually kind of a subspecialty of mine. We do a load of them, and off stream I do loads as well. The Fractal Terror is really popular. I've got that white Fractal Terror build on my website, pc36.co.uk, and it sells like hotcakes. People love it. People also really like the Fantex XTV3 as well. It's really popular. But that's not an ITX, that's micro ATX. Right, let's see that BIOS screen, baby. Yes, make sure it's stable so the burgers cook evenly. Do you know what? If it doesn't work, what we'll do, boys, we'll have a little mini fry up on the 9800X 3D. What should we put on first? Sausages? All right, so we have booted. So I don't think this has Expo. I think it only has XMP. So, go on, boys. Cross your fingers with me and pray. The XMP is on. If it doesn't work, I will manually tune it later. I'm not doing that on stream because it takes ages and it's very boring to watch. Or to be honest, we just run it at stock because it's got an X3D CPU, so it's not going to matter a huge amount. How well are the thermals going to be? Out the box stock, if you don't tweak it, it'll be shite. I mean, the GPU will be fine. GPU will be no problem. The CPU is the main issue in modern PC cooling. Modern GPUs, they're pretty much all fine for cooling. Never had an issue. But CPU is the worst because it pulls a lot of wattage, but it's in a tiny IHS, so it's hard to wick all of that heat off it. Whereas in a GPU, you've got lots of other bits that are next to it. It's easier to wick heat off it. Yeah, and you've got the Antec case, which we'll obviously see in a minute when we put this together. I really hope this is still training. I mean, it took a long time last time, didn't it? So we'll see. Oh, it did. It booted. Fantastic. Amazing. So that says, oh, there you go, 6400. There you go. So it's running at 6400. I think it's like CL40. It's not like fantastic. It does have a red interior. You're correct. Yeah. Oh yeah, XMP works. It's fine. So I think someone in technical in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong here. But my understanding is that Expo is very similar to XMP, but all it does is it tweaks some of the secondary and tertiary timings a bit more than an XMP profile would, just to be a little bit better on AMD. But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's my understanding, is that you can use either of them, but the Expo is preferred if it's available. Obviously, in this current RAM market, we take what we can get. But it's definitely XMP. Look. XMP. 6400 mega transfer. But I'm pretty sure it's CL40, so it's not, but it doesn't matter. It's an X3D, you know, trying to get 128 gigs to run at CL30. Good luck. Good luck is all I can say. Although on an ITX board, you're going to have your best shot at doing it. So there's no reason it won't work. Real one. It's just the Expo is very slightly better. You wouldn't notice though. You wouldn't notice the difference. You have a small form factor Dell case with power supply in and around. Use that for what? What, for a build? Or the power supply? Got to be careful with those power supplies. They're usually not very high wattage. All right, out of interest, what's our resting CPU temperature? So it's resting at 43 degrees C idle in the BIOS at the moment. Open air test bench, which is usually with a really good cooling setup, that idle is going to be closer to 30 to 35 degrees. So yeah. The integrated GPU Strix Halo. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But this isn't an AI build. This is for running an Unreal Engine package. Cool. Right. So I think we can just turn this off now and get to actually putting it inside the case. But it's good that it works. Oh, actually, one thing we will do that I just thought of is that we'll set the PCIe to Gen 4, hard lock it to 4, just to prevent any issues. There shouldn't be any issues, but with risers, you've got to be careful. Yeah, it says, right, there are some LP GPUs that are better for that usage, I agree. I bet he eats beans on toast. Who, me? Beans on toast? Yeah, actually, sometimes, but not very often. Maybe with a bit of something else. I don't know what's going on with this. Is it rebooting or is it starting up? What are you doing, computer? I'm just going to switch you off. Yeah, do it that way. Drain the power by holding the power button. Yeah, I know there's GT1030s and the OEMs that was an old classic, wasn't it? There was also a 3050, I think, that did the same thing, right? Zappa, 3 months ago, I planned a yeah. Well, Zappa, you've made a mistake. So here, I mean, there's nothing you could do about it now, so I'm not going to ride you for it, but this is just for the benefit of the room, is that if prices are at or below MSRP, that's the time to buy. It's not going to go cheaper. You're not going to save any more money. Don't wait for Super Series or anything else. If it's MSRP or cheaper, that's the time to buy. Are we going to run any games? Well, we can if you want. We could do what's CPU intensive? Fortnite, I guess, or whatever else. We'll see. Okay, so we're booted up. We've still got our XMP on. That's great. We were just going to change into changing our riser so that it's X16. Gen switch, Gen 4. There we go. I think, wait, that's chipset Gen switch. Hang on a minute. I just have to, they're always, see, the problem is with these settings, they're always in like different areas of the BIOS on every board. So it's not under AMD overclocking. I have to assume that it's that one we were just on, right? PCIe subsystem settings, M21 Gen. Oh, okay, so PCIe Gen E Extension 1 Gen switch. It must be that one. It can't be the chipset Gen switch, right? Because the top slot runs off the CPU, not the chipset, surely. Yeah, real one. It's not 3K. It was something stupid there, like £1,600, something crazy, absolutely crazy. All right, but for a gaming system, it's not worth it. You don't need more than 48 gigabytes for a gaming system. Okay, so we got our Gen 1, Gen switch, Gen 4. That's the last thing we need to do in this BIOS, so we'll save that, lock it in, and then get building again. I know it said that's you know, a lot of the tech news is very Western Europe and US centric, so it doesn't bring into account people from like South America, Eastern Europe, because the prices are very different there. So yeah, but AMD for Unreal over Intel. To be honest, I don't know. The customer just said this is what they wanted. I'm not a game developing expert. I just got what they wanted me to do. They said this is the combination they were recommended. My understanding is that they're not developing anything on the Unreal Engine. They're using it to run some kind of simulation. So I don't know. Not going to pretend to be an expert in everything Unreal Engine, etc. God, this takes so long to boot, by the way. It takes ages and ages to boot. Okay. Right, we're good. We're good. Off. CPU AMD always. Well, no, not always. If I was on a DDR4 platform, I'd be recommending people the 14600K at the moment. Unless AMD, you know, somehow managed to magic up some 5700X 3Ds. I think the 14600K is pretty good. 9850X 3D for €500. Yeah, I think I paid £410 for it, so that kind of makes sense. I've got one upstairs. That's going to go into another 5090 build, which we'll be doing soon on the channel. That's much more of a sensible build with a 280mm liquid cooler, Fractal Meshify 3, etc. All right, come here, little cheeky. I mean, I wouldn't buy any Intel on DDR5 at the moment. So tasteful. Jay's 2 cents changes AMD to Intel, Intel to AMD when he runs out of ideas for videos. So I wouldn't take anything that he says with any severity. He just does it because it gets clicks, right? Have to build. Yeah, we stress test it all for sure. Have to. This is going to a customer's build. It has to be stress test. I mean, you know, I'm not going to keep the stream going for 8 hours while I do a burn-in test, but we'll do some basic tests to start with, just for the benefit of the stream, and then move on. Okay. AMD GPU. Well, do you know what, Tyler? Now is an excellent time to use an AMD GPU because the prices haven't gone up as much. And I've had my reservations with Radeon GPUs before. I find them just not to work in everything quite the same way that NVIDIA does. But this 9000 series generation has completely changed that for me, and I think they're ultra rock solid now. Yeah, but Tasteful, doesn't he just change back and forth over and over again? I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Obviously, he knows a lot about YouTube and stuff, so who am I to say, but don't know. I don't know. I'm not in this game to get emotional and catty with other people. I don't care that much. Okay. Yeah, so it said it, you know, those Intel CPUs are good. I would think if you're going to get a DDR5 platform, it should be Ryzen at the moment, just because you're going to get that upgrade potential, right? Yeah, the 5700 XT is good. And, you know, when I talk about the drivers not being very good, I'm talking about at the time they were released. They're all pretty mature and fine now. But I feel like I can finally trust AMD with new graphics cards. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you start getting, yeah. But the problem is, Tasteful, I don't care. You know, like Monday to Thursday, I work as a doctor, and when you actually deal with people's health, and sometimes in life or death situations, you just like you kind of realize all this other shit just doesn't matter. It's like get a grip. It's just a matter of perspective, right? And I'm sure everybody already knows that, and it's kind of obvious, but sometimes it needs to be said. Okay. I don't know. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm not going to disparage him or anything like that. It's just I just don't particularly enjoy the content that he puts out. That's just me. You know, I'm not saying that he's a bad guy. Um, I'm sure he's lovely. It's a bit removed from the real world. Is this what I think? And I don't mean just him. I just mean in general a lot of the big channels. Tasteful's correct. I mean, if I can avoid riser cables, I would. And unless it is an ITX system, I actually refuse to use riser pieces in any customer builds because they do just add that element of extra failure point, right? So I do agree with you on that one for sure. Yeah, I like the red as well. And if you don't like it too much, it doesn't really matter because you're going to have the sides on all the time. And the metal quality in this case, and it's hard to come across on video, but it's really nice quality. It's solidly built. I mean, for Translite, I could smack. This doesn't even bend. It's fantastic. Linus' recent videos about how a monthly subscription laptop might be an okay idea. Well, it might be if you just want a really basic laptop for like word processing. I don't think for a gaming thing it would be worth it. But if you're like a company and you just like need to have computers that will do a general bare minimum, I can see the appeal of it. It's a bit of a worrying trend, you know, away from ownership into renting, which I don't like. But it does depend on use. I mean, I haven't seen the video, so I don't know what points he made in that. But my understanding it was for HP, right? So I wouldn't want an HP computer anyway, so it doesn't make any difference whether it's subscription or not, because I will not be buying it. And wasn't there a huge scandal somewhat recently with NZXT? Didn't they have some kind of computer rental program or something? It wasn't Fractal, it was NZXT, wasn't it? I think. I mean, I could be wrong. You could somebody else can confirm it for me, I'm sure, but I thought it was NZXT. And I don't think that was a scam. I think it was just a really bad product, right? Oh, Tyler. Well, if you can build your own PCs, you can do it yourself, buddy. This one is for a customer that's already ordered it, so this one won't go up for general sale. But it is on the website if you're in the UK. It's called the Metallique series, as in metallic, but with fancy Frenchness about it. Yeah. But I don't think that NZXT thing was a scam. I think it was just exceptionally bad value. I mean, if they knew they were renting it, they knew they wouldn't get it, and they paid the monthly fee, I don't really see the problem. It's a little bit predatory, maybe you could argue, but overall, I don't. It's just a bad product. All right, so we'll pop that riser cable in. It's quite hard to see there, but it just folds over the top like that. You just plug it in. Give it a little stretch. Oh, did they? So that was probably part of the scam then. So if they were saying you could own it when you couldn't, that now that is dodgy. That changes things if that's the case. Okay, so we can plug in our fans. Can I zoom that in anymore? Yeah. So you're not going to be able to see it very well, but there's a little header next to this CPU fan here. Maybe we should pop that in. And then luckily they're daisy chained, so I can just pop the second fan onto the back of that one. And we'll obviously have to tie these cables up to stop them catching the fans later. Yeah. Well, remember it's only red interior. It's not red on the exterior. So yeah. Cool. Good start. These will have to be bunched and tied. See if I can get it down into there. And find a way to keep these tidy somewhere. Maybe if I go through the fan holes like that, the fan screw holes. Give it one of these. Full white fans from Noctua. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. I thought they did a... Oh, it's gone backwards. I thought they did a white series at one point. I could be mistaken. Wasn't there a Chromax they did in white? I can't remember. It was a long time ago anyway. Come on. Oh, what faff. Come on. The price of cable management, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's a sore neck. I think so. I think whoever designed this case is like really this was like a labor of love, wasn't it? Because this looks like a passion project from somebody at Antec where they've just gone, let's just do something with really good quality material. I don't think they sold very many of them, but it is a high quality product. Down the center there. Come on. There we go. So that should hold those cables in between the two fans, like so. There. Much neater. Do you recommend any versions of Linux? Well, I don't know very much about it, so another video that's coming up will be Linux versus Bazzite. So we'll see. I do understand why people want to get away from Windows. It has become crapified over the years, but until everything works on Linux, I don't think it's ready. That's my thing. Your friend is saying it's 5070 Ti because he's upgrading. What to? 5070 Ti is amazing. What do you think is a perfect CPU? I think the 7800X 3D is ideal if you can stomach the DDR5. If you don't have the budget for that, then the 14600K with some DDR4 would be excellent. Just make sure you get a DDR4 board if you're going to do that. I'm about to start a build using the A11 V2. I don't know that case actually, but that's a nice little combo. Prices aren't going to drop, so I think you'll be fine. They're not. I really don't think they're going to drop for a good 6 months at least. Even then, it's going to be a while before they're back to normal. So I think you're fine. Crack on. Enjoy. Right, so we've got a CPU cable there. We can run that along the bottom. Is that going to reach? Yeah, that'll reach. And then we can hook that around here. So I'm trying to be a bit proactive with the cable management. So I'm going to use a cable tie around the fan screw hole to route that CPU power cable. I apologize, it's hard to see. Yeah, so battery naming, tasteful. You can use Power Toys. I use that, and it's free. It works quite well. And Power Toys is good because it's got like a window split feature as well, and other things that are quite handy. So that'd be one to look into. Power Toys. I think it's officially supported. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, 25H2 is full of AI, you're right. But I mean, when I install Windows, I do it with a local account, so I don't get as much of that crap, to be honest. Once every couple of months, I'll get a pop-up trying to get me to buy like Office 365 or something. I just say no, and then I just get on with my life. I don't sign into my PC with a Microsoft account. 5070 Ti 9950 X3D. Gosh, why did you get such a high core count CPU? I'm glad it's good for you though, man. Cool. So we've managed to carefully route that cable along the bottom there, make it look a little bit neater. And we've got our motherboard cable here. And where's our front panel cables to feed through as well? So the nice thing is it is just a USB-C and a front panel. This makes it so much better. Just feed that through. You can't drag and drop an image onto the desktop if there's already an image with that name. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? You don't want two things with the same file name, right? Okay, so this is the front panel switch. Which, oh my god, why did MSI put the front panel thing there? I'm going to have to take this riser out again, aren't I? Didn't think about that. So that will go across like that. What a gross place to put your front panel. Yeah. Marvelous. Tyler, you can if you want, but I wouldn't recommend you put it on any of those big national notice boards, you know, like PCs for sale, because I'll be honest with you, Tyler, my PCs aren't that cheap. Because I put a lot of extra time into many things in the PC, mainly the customer support aspect, actually, you'll find that you can get a PC a lot cheaper somewhere else. So I'm not trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. And usually people in those kind of groups, they're mainly interested in price. So you may just face a bit of backlash. But if it's just you and your friends, then that's completely fine. And I can't stop you doing anything anyway. I'm just saying that lots of people online, they only care about price. So that's all I'm going to say. Linux or 10 long 10, yeah, they're both pretty good. We'll see soon. Yeah. WinHance. No, I haven't. I've used the Chris Titus tool, and that works quite nicely for de-bloating. It doesn't actually improve the performance, but it just makes it a bit nicer to use. Right, and then we can put in the USB-C cable there. So that is just this little doodad here. And then it goes in one way, and it's always the way that you don't try it the first time, of course. Oh, that's fine, Tyler. Yeah. As long as it's not. I'm just saying that there's like there's groups like PC Sale UK, and all they care about is price, and it just you just won't get anywhere with it. Basically, is all I'm saying. I don't get offended by it. You know, everyone has their own motivations for what they want. But if you want it built to a high quality with very good customer service, then that's what my company's about. If you want lowest price, then go somewhere else, and that's fine as well. Anyone got the new crosshair? Oh, ShadowNet. we don't do fancy motherboards on this channel. We don't see the point, unless you're a RAM overclocker. Otherwise, it's a complete waste of money, in my opinion. But if you're RAM overclocking, then it makes sense. Or if you have a need for more PCIe lanes, then it makes sense. But I find a lot of people really overbuy on their motherboards in general, especially on Ryzen. You don't need elaborate stuff for Ryzen. I can see the argument a bit more on an Intel. Mind Aperture, it's the Antec Performance 1M. So the interior is red, but the exterior is black. So, but it's just cool. Winhance, yeah, removed. Oh yeah. Yeah, so John Spec, the Chris Titus Tech does all that same stuff as well. So it sounds like it's a similar thing. Both pretty cool. Overclocked your laptop RAM to 5,000 mega transfers and CL36. Fair enough. That's good. Thunderbolt, yeah, that is a reasonable reason. Yeah, Thunderbolt support is absolutely a good reason to buy a higher end motherboard if you need it. Yeah. But B650, B850 are perfect. In fact, many B650s are better than the B850s, weirdly. That's okay, Tyler. And actually, I don't mind the Toasty Bros, man. I think they're among some of the better ones, actually. The channels that I really like, PC Builder Jason, he's pretty good. I quite like him. His recommendations are pretty sensible. Tech Yes City, how can you not love Tech Yes City? I think mainly just because they're normal guys that understand the market, and they don't seem to have been bought quite as much as the others. Like they're not as sponsored. The reason I don't care about brands, one of the main reasons is one, like I already work as a doctor, like I don't need a load of sponsors' money, and also I don't want to be like everybody else, and I have my own PC company that funds all the builds on the back end, so it's different. It's got the cheapest PCI 5 motherboard. Yeah, that's fine, and you probably wouldn't need it. You're right, but why not? CH160 Plus is a good case. I've just bought one, actually. I'm going to put my own PC into it. I'm going to change it from a Terra into that and try and get a bit more cooling out of it. I think it's good, but I haven't used the Plus. I've used the 160 and it was decent. I've heard the 160 Plus is good. You will be a little bit limited on certain clearances. So if you're worried about that, get the CH260, which I heartily recommend. Very good case for a low price as well. Okay, so let's put our riser piece back in. Cool, it's clicked in. My screws is a bit loose. Cool. Just checking that riser piece is definitely in because they can sometimes be a bit loose. Seems to be fashionable to snag off hardware and box. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. Why? They're good guys. I don't really get it. I mean, I don't agree with everything they say. But I don't know what they do. What they're supposed to be doing wrong? I don't really get it. What was the big drama with them? They seem to be pretty chill guys. Oh, end cases. The end cases are cool. I haven't used one myself, but they do look pretty sweet. Okay, so this side of the build is done now. As you can see, looking pretty nice. So we can put the GPU in on the other side now. And then the PSU goes in last. Do I do giveaways? Every so often, not regularly. I don't want to be a giveaways channel. So only every now and again. Because the problem with having a giveaways channel is that nobody cares about you or the content. I'd rather have a handful of viewers that actually care about what's going on than a shed load of viewers that are just here for giveaways. So if I do a giveaway, I don't announce it, I just do it. Do you do this when you built with Ryzen 7 inside of 5 Nord 1? Yeah, so Tyler, we can make it whatever way anybody wants. So most of the PCs are built to order. So if you want it a different way, it can easily be done. Just whoever wants it can just ask in the live chat support feature on the website, and then we can just add that upgrade for you. 7500F to 7800 XUD is usually around an extra £200, something like that. Cool. So GPU fits, just about fits, and then place that in the riser piece till it's clicked in. That actually went in pretty smooth. Nice. Yeah, it's nearly done actually, Watch Joey. It's just some cable management really after this. Okay, so it's in. And now we just need to secure it. It's doing that classic riser piece thing of where the right side drifts forward a bit. So we'll have to maybe institute something to stop that happening. Riser cables always do this. They always end up sort of sagging like this, don't they? Okay, so now we need these screws. It's a very minimalist case. It doesn't come with a lot of screws and stuff, which is nice. You don't need them. Reduces waste, keeps things simple. And 54 viewers is fantastic, by the way. Thank you guys for watching. I know a lot of people just might have this on in the background while they're doing something else at home or driving or whatever. It's just nice to have you around, even if you're not in the chat. I see you and appreciate you. Okay. So we're in. The clip is on. We are secured in place. We are looking good. That really does fill up that chamber, doesn't it? Right on the borderline there. You have nice hands. I don't think so. I mean, all the weightlifting, I've got loads of calluses and yeah, I've got rough, horrible hands. Okay, so now we need everybody's favorite 12-volt 2x6. Obviously, these are a bit controversial. I do like that it's a slimmer cable that makes it easier to plug in. Obviously, the problems that people have been having with them are genuine, and they do happen, but you can definitely mitigate them by being really particular with how you install it. So when I put these in, so I'm going to put my other hand on the bottom of the GPU so I don't bend the riser. You're going to put it in so that it matches. You're going to put it in till it clicks. That's not enough. What I do is I have my other hand at the bottom bracing, and I push 3 times firm to make sure it's definitely in. The problem with these melting is when they're not pushed in all the way. At least that seems to be the leading cause. So we'll do that, and we'll do that again before we put the panels on at the end. And Mind of Berber is correct. If you guys could like the stream, that would be very helpful. It pushes the stream out, lets people know that it's something worth catching up with. But you don't have to. I mean, if you're just chilling, whatever. Right, so now we can feed this modular cable through. Let's see if I can. So there's going to be a lot of cable bulk here. So maybe we'll try and put the cable over on this left side here to balance out the cable management a little bit. And being careful not to put too much torque on this connector. Do I send out a notification ahead of time? So I schedule the stream usually the day before, but you'll need to have the notification bell enabled to get an actual notification. But sometimes it will pop up in your feed saying, computer surgeon's going to go live tomorrow, and then there's a little notify me button. I'm aiming to do every 2 weeks on Sunday. So Berta says, I got a bundle deal for X870, nice, 9850X3, nice, 32 gigs. Whoa, $750. That sounds good, man. Do you know what? That actually is not a bad deal. So the 9850X3D is 500. The X870 will be, I don't know what board it is, but let's say 200, 250. So you're getting the RAM for free. That's an incredible deal, actually. Don't worry about the 36. Try and tune it to 30, but it's not worth spending that extra money on more RAM. It's not going to get you anything. So yeah, that's an insanely good deal if that's real. Honestly, it can't be used because it's got a 9850X3D, right? That is an insanely good deal. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it, bud. Appreciate it. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But, you know, I try to share some knowledge with you guys. Try to keep it down to earth. That's the idea, right? But nobody is perfect. So occasionally I do get things wrong, and I'm always happy to admit if I do get them wrong. Okay, so this cable routing is going really nice. Much better than the last time I did this build. Last time I put it all down the middle, and that was difficult. Do you know what? The cable management in this case is fantastic. So it's another kudos to Antec, really. They've done a good job with this one. I usually don't really like Antec cases that much. Apart from the Flux, that was a nice one. Usually they're a bit lame, but this one's fantastic. Taser says, do you clean the weight from the floor for presses like a bar? Obviously not. I put it up on the rack. What am I, some kind of Olympian? Although I do my shoulder presses standing, not seated, because I am a proper man. That's all I'm going to say. A Micro Center deal. Nice. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. They are a nice shop, from what I've heard. Never been there myself, but everyone speaks highly of Micro Center. Okay, so why don't we have a little look here. So this is our current cable management. If anyone spotted anything we'd improve, let me know. So we've got the CPU cable coming here. We've just tucked it in this little recess here, and then those cables will go into the power supply there. We've got the motherboard 24 pin, which I'm probably going to tie down here and then have that loop back up. And we've got our 12-volt high power cable tied down on the side here, and then the two little cables can just go in the bottom of the power supply there. So I think we're looking pretty good. Fine. So I think before we put the unit in, let's try and cable manage this one somehow. It's a little bit tricky in that position. Maybe we do it like that, and then have that. It's still quite a lot of bulk there. Maybe if we stretch it up to the top there. Okay, that could work. Thoughts on zip ties versus Velcro ties? You could use either. There's nothing wrong with using either. I like the zip ties because you can really tighten them down properly. And sometimes that's helpful if you've not got much space. But the Velcro's fine as well. Particularly in a regular mid-tower where you've got a bit more space, the Velcro's fine as well. So either way, you're all good. Alindrin says, different opinions about PC booting twice at the start in the first few seconds. Yeah, that's fine. So just... I think people panic a lot about PCs, but just don't worry, right? If you turn your PC on and then it lights up and works, you don't need to worry about anything else. If you're worried about it restarting multiple times when it boots up, just check that your memory is running at its correct speed. That's the only thing. But if it works, it works. Yeah, in the UK, we have to pay US prices plus tax. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So Currys is kind of rubbish. There's nowhere in the UK that really sells PC parts in person, and the reason is taxes. We get absolutely taxed through the eyeballs, and there's something called business rates. So if you run a business in a physical location, you have to pay on top of your rent and other taxes a certain amount every year just to exist as a physical business. So the UK is very toxic to retail shops. Have you ever built with PNY GPUs? I have several times, and they're great. They work just as well as any other. I don't really have any particular brand affiliation. The only ones I would say is with Inno3D, one of the companies, I wouldn't use anything above a 70 class. So 70 is fine, but 70 Ti and things like that, I wouldn't use Inno3D. The others, I've used pretty much all of them, apart from the Japanese, Chinese ones. So let's route this motherboard cable now. Yeah, so Alan Drine, I wouldn't worry if it works, it works, right? Case King, yeah. So we have Overclockers UK, which are a bit of like they're an arm of Case King, if you like. So, I mean, Case King does exist in the UK as a distributor. But I signed up and then they just ghosted me, so I don't use them. But Overclockers, it's basically the same company. It operates out of the same address and everything. But going back to that PNY, so I've used 4080 PNY before. That was really good, very cool and quiet. I used a 5070 Ti PNY, ran beautifully, no issues at all. I've never had one particular brand be worse than others for reliability or cooling or anything really. So I suggest people just buy the cheapest model of any particular graphics chipset, as long as the VRAM is the same, obviously. Just go with that. Like, I've been using a lot of Palette GPUs this generation, and they're really good. Like, actually, genuinely really good. Like, the cooling is good, the noise levels are good. And everyone always used to say, oh, Palettes are rubbish. I've never had one fail. There's probably the brand that I use the most for NVIDIA. So don't believe everything you hear online, is what I'm saying. 57,600 for £87 from Case King. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that is actually a good price. Yeah, fair play. Is that with or without the Wraith cooler? Not that it'd make a huge difference to whether it's a good deal or not. Great. It's cable management complete. We just need to plug in the PSU now. Am I a football fan? Oh, not really. I used to be. I kind of semi-follow Arsenal, but not really. Not really. Yeah, that's good, man. 5,600 for 87 quid is not bad. That's not bad. It's good value. Okay, so PSU time. So obviously you want the fan facing this way so they can draw some air. Oh, WatchJet. I got that same deal on that. Actually, I got it cheaper. I got it for £170. And it worked the same. It's a tray version, so it's not a retail version, but that's okay. It's good, man. Okay, so let's hook up all of our modular cables. So motherboard can go in up here. Going to be a little bit of a twisting deal to get all these plugged in, but that's okay. Don't mind a little bit of twisting, just ask your mum. And then CPU power. So if this is going to go in like this, be a little bit tight, but it will work. So then CPU can go underneath. Yeah. And then GPU as well. There's two schools of thought when it comes to wiring your power supply in this kind of case. You can either do it like I've done it, plug everything into the components first and then the power supply, or you can do it the other way. There's going to be benefits and drawbacks to each, but I find that this is just the easiest for doing the rest of the cable management. Because as you can see, I haven't got a huge amount of cable bulk down here now, so it helps a lot. And if I was trying to tie this down with the unit in, it'd just be a bit of a faff. So these cables just came with the SF1000, so they're just the stock cables. They come with sort of kind of braided cables. They're quite flexible, which helps in an ITX chassis. Great, and now we just need to screw that in place. Yeah, PCs do pull a decent amount of power. A really powerful computer is like running your kettle all the time, isn't it? Brand Segatep. Segatep, is that, you mean a power supply? That's the only thing I've heard for Segatep, and I don't know them well enough. I'd have a look at that Zach's Tech Turf list if you wanted a bit more info on that. I don't treat that list as gospel. For example, I use the Deepcool PL750D all the time, and it's only C rated, but it's rock solid, guys. So you've got to be careful. 9060 XT 16 gig. They're all the same, aren't they? I find all the 9060 XT 16 gigs perform the same. So whichever one you've got, I'm sure it's fantastic. Really good card, actually. One of my favorites from this generation. AMD have absolutely killed it with this 9000 series, honestly. I was very impressed. I don't normally like Radeon graphics cards, but these are really good. The 9070 XT is absolute peach. Even the 9070 is good, actually. Okay, so our cable management's looking pretty tasty, I think, if I do say so myself. Give that a little tuck away in there. And then, of course, we need to plug in the extended power cable thing here, so do that. Right. Boys. Well, the power supply wattage doesn't make a difference to the heat that's kicked out, does it? Because it's what the components consume that actually makes the difference. So careful with the assertions. The heat is generated by the amount of watts that the components uses. Nothing else. It's the only thing that matters is the watts. So even if your CPU runs at 110 degrees C, if it's only using 100 watts, it will kick out less heat than a 150 watt CPU running at 50 degrees C. It's just physics. What is a 9070 XT worth used? I don't think you're going to find very many used because it's quite a new card. Probably like 10% less than retail, probably, because it's so new, most likely. I'd be very suspicious of a used 9070 XT. Because it might mean that something's wrong with it if people are selling it that quickly. Got to be careful. So let's hold this up here. What do you think of my cable management? Considering it's a small ITX case, I think we've done pretty well there. And we'll have a look at the GPU side as well. Very nice. And like as promised, we're going to give that an extra push, make sure that's in. So the panel will actually probably close as is. I may need to just shift the spine very slightly to the right, but let's just see if the panels go on. Because it's quite nice to have more of an air gap for the CPU cooler if we can, so let's see. But I think that's quite a good cable management job. I think we've done really well there. It's a very dense system. Okay, so we've got the bottom plate there. I just want to put the sides on first, make sure it's going to fit. So, do that. Oh, hell yeah. That just goes. I don't even have to adjust the spine. I've checked the power switch noodles. I've made that mistake before. Don't you worry, it is on. Is Corsair your favorite SFX? Yes, for SFX it is. On regular ATX, like I'm not too bothered as long as it's a half decent brand. But on a high-end SFX, Corsair. If it's mid-range, then I'll use another brand. That's fine. But high-end, it's got to be Corsair because they just have the warranty's really good. Not just the duration, but like they actually just turn it around really quickly, and I value that a lot. Okay. So that cable just shift a little bit while I put that on. Okay, the side panels have clicked on. Then I will put on the bottom. So solidly built this, really nice metals. Very impressed with Antec on this one. And we'll change camera angles in a minute so you can see the full build. But we'll do a quick test boot here as well. So everything's closed up. Give it a try, shall we? Power cable in. Good, I've heard it click on. That's a good start. Fans are spinning. And once we confirm that it boots, then we can have a proper look at the case from a different angle. And then, of course, comes the fun bit, having to tune it up to make it actually run, because it will run super hot if you leave it stock. Do you download void tools, everything immediately? No, I don't know what that means. We're still waiting for it to post, Mind of Berta, so we'll see. Nothing yet. Ah, there we go. Hey, perfect. It takes ages. The reason why, one, DDR5 builds take ages to boot anyway, but there's 128 gigabytes of RAM in there, so it just takes a long time to boot. It's how it goes. Don't worry about it. It's posting. Just ask him up. Perfect. All right. Oh, that is amazing. I'm so glad that that's still working. This is weird though. This usually means that CSM is enabled, I think. So I have to make sure that that's definitely off before we move on. Okay. Turn that off. And I will load up the other camera because I do have two cameras. Okay. Take the power cable out for a moment so we can have a proper look. And we'll swap angles momentarily. All right, hopefully this works. Yes, here we go. So here's the completed build. Oh, before we see the build, there's the ting. There's the ting, more importantly. And then here's the build. So really nice looking ITX case. What can I put next to it for comparison? Let's put this pair of glasses next to it so you can see what the height is like. So it is a really small build. It's just got a really nice dark kind of industrial look to it. Nice small size. And it's just a simple front, you know, just a little button, USB-C, and you're good. How many? Oh yeah, that's a good point. I should just use the ting, shouldn't I? How many tings tall? I reckon that's 2 tings. Yeah. I should have just used the can. That would be a much better benchmark. Okay, so bear with me a mo. We'll take the panels off. Will that rest there if I put it there? Kind of. All right, we'll do it one-handed then. Run and gun style. Ooh. So you can see the red doesn't really show through when you've got the sides on. It's only when you take the sides off. It's a very vibrant red. I think someone earlier said it was Chevy red or something, didn't they? But yeah, it's quite impressive to be able to pack this much gear into such a small chassis. We're kind of pushing what's possible there. I mean, look at that 5090. Well, you probably got what, 20 mil of room there, if that. You got like what, half a Tings can's worth of space there. So yeah, so pretty nice. I kind of like it when the GPU fills it up. It looks kind of like packed in, right? And you obviously got those 2 fans along the bottom there, which are going to, they're not so good for the direct cooling because a lot of it's just going to hit all the apparatus of the build, isn't it? But the idea is that it sort of encourages the heat to rise up and go out of the top. That's the idea with those. Just a nice bonus. And then we'll have a look at the CPU chamber. So it looks pretty neat to me. This cable, I can't really tuck it in behind there because I can't get the panel on when doing that, but it's out of the way, so I think that's fine. Yeah, so there we are. So the next thing to do is, I think we'll do a temperature test at stock, just to show you how bad it is. And then we'll tune it and we'll show the temperature difference. Yeah, it is. So that's the benefit of this case. I mean, if you had a Fractal Terror, you could make this work with a Founders Edition 5090, but I can't reliably get Founders Editions in. You can only get them every so often. So I had to find an ITX high-end chassis that will accommodate a good number of GPUs, although not all of them. So yeah, so there's still a half decent amount of space there. I mean, you could put an even longer GPU in if you want. It's possible. Cyberpunk 4K Ultra settings. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that actually. I'd have to copy the files from an external SSD, but we could do that. So yeah, not bad. So what I might do is I actually have a testing SSD that I use with all my benchmarks on the video. So I think I'm just going to put that in, take the one out that's there, temporarily put in my test SSD, and we'll run the tests just doing that because it's going to be quicker than installing everything on the new SSD. So let's do that. We'll give it one more little spin round to have a look. And then we'll crack on with some tests. But it is nice looking. All right. Of course, you've got to do the obligatory top-down ITX view as well. Show the density. Show the density. There you go. Oh, respawn's come in just at the right time because we've finished. Ferrari red. Okay. Back to the top down for a mo. Oh, it's absolutely piddling it down outside now. Perfect day for PC building, eh? All right. So bear with me just a moment. I am going to go and get that other test SSD to install, just because it's going to make things a lot faster than installing everything new onto a new SSD. So I will not be long. Be right back. Terra is slightly smaller, yeah. Yeah. Content, yeah, this is a custom order, yeah. Yeah. I don't usually recommend this kind of build, but I offer it because people ask, can you do a tiny build with a 5090? I go, yes, I can, but it has these drawbacks and I have to do this, this, and this to make it work. I don't really recommend the 5090 to anybody, regardless of PC case size. It rarely gives you anything that you're not getting from like a 5080 or even a 9070 XT. Stream's lagging. It's not lagging on my side, content. 0 drop frames. Confusingly, my test SSD is also a Crucial T500, so all fun and games. Okay, test SSD is in. Boom. So I think I'll get the other camera for this portion of the video. So let me unearth that. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to get the screen and everything. We'll do some temperature tests first and go from there. Pitcan had a 5090 FE, but never even unboxed it before you sent it back. Wow, you probably could have kept it and sold it for a lot of money. Had 4090 and lost in Warzone at 1080p low to 9070 XT with it. Yes, maybe. You might have had a tuning problem there. I don't know. Yeah, Flawless, you're right. So risers always seem to do that. So whenever you've got a long GPU on a riser, they just do that. I do know what you mean. Normally, if I can find a spot, I would put like a cable tie in there just to hold it back. But there's not really a good location for me to do that. But I do know what you mean. And that always seems to happen with a riser piece. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, it's such a solid case. Absolutely rock solid. Zero bend at all. Okay. Screen. Screen. Screen or Samuel? Oh, Nani. Nani on the stream, son. 011D Mini V2, nice case. Yeah, it just seems to always happen with vertical, right? NVIDIA cards, they do have they do a little bit. You broke off your CPU pins. Have you tried just using it? Some of them will only be ground pins. They won't be sensing pins. So you might just try it and you might get lucky. You might have not broken any important ones. If it doesn't boot, then that's another issue. You can solder pins back on, but you need to know what you're doing. Okay. Moment of truth. Well, it would help if I plugged the goddamn power cable in, wouldn't it? So this monitor is only here because it's just easy to move around and stuff. Yeah, this Performance 1M is so nice, man. I usually don't like Antec that much, apart from the Flux, but this one is real nice. Are you Brit Japanese or Japantish? Wow. That would be telling, wouldn't it? That would be telling. Go on, show me a pic. It's training 128 gigabytes of DDR5, I suppose. Give it a little bit of leeway. Okay. Okay. Looks like we're good. How much is this build worth? So I think the customer paid $6 grand for it. Crazy. But it's for like a business use, so they can afford to spend that much, I suppose. 128 gig with 2 sticks, correct? And of course, guys, we're now moving on to the Rubicon Lychee. Is there any better sound than the sound of the can cracking open? Beautiful. So the RAM is 6400, but it's CL40, so it's not ideal. But in the next 3D, it's okay. And don't forget, the higher the memory density, the less likely you're going to get good speeds out of it. Just how it goes. You need to get into PC building. Well, you can do it. There's a bad time to do it now, though, with money, but good fun, though. You get used stuff. Okay. Where's my keyboard and mouse? I just need to sort this setup out a little bit so that can go back there. We can give it one of these. Just trying to set it up so that I can see the screen and so can you. That's probably good enough. But this PC is it's quite an advanced build. I wouldn't do this kind of thing for your first build unless you enjoy pain. I wouldn't recommend it. So we've got it as stock. We haven't set any fan curves yet, which we should probably do. So our memory is actually running at 4800, so it's not running at its rated speed at the moment. Why does it say slots 2 of 4? There's only 2 slots on this board. Weird. Anyway. So we'll go into the BIOS in a minute and see what's going on with that. But let's say it only runs at 4800. I'm not actually too bothered because it's an X3D CPU. I'd rather have it stable. Just going to install the Wi-Fi driver quickly. No suitable drivers. What are you talking about? Well, this one. Yes, 2x64, yeah. Why isn't this working? Maybe it was a different one from the website. Maybe it's a Realtek 8852. In which case, I'll have to get something else to get that. Just do it on the laptop quickly. Yeah, it must be the previous PC had 4 slots. Funny though, it shouldn't do that. Ah, so this must be the Qualcomm Wi-Fi and not the MediaTek. That'll be why. It does annoy me when they use different chips for the Wi-Fi, but in the same model. Okay, so that's done. Let's try again. Fab. So we'll connect that up. Oh, it needs the antenna as well, doesn't it? Oh. This little thingy. Connect to the guest chungus. Amazing. Right, let's get into that BIOS then and see what's going on with the memory. Ooh, SpongeBob! Oh, show me some BIOS, baby. Show me some BIOS. Yeah. Oh, what should we wait about 10 million years for this BIOS to load? Come on! It's taking even longer than normal. Come on, computer. Show me what I want to see. It says boot on the BIOS. Easier to debug. Weird. Oh. It is having a hard time with the RAM. You're all right. Doesn't like it at all. I think what's happening is it's not able to run at the 6400. So it keeps trying to run it at 6400 and eventually just gives up. That's what I think is happening. So I might just reset the CMOS in a minute. And then we'll have to use that XMP profile but change the speed down to 6000, I think. NHL12S or Thermalright XP90X47. Use the X53 full copper. That's what we're using here, if it will fit. Yeah, it does not like this RAM, does it? Let's give it a reset CMOS. But if an ITX board can't run 128 gigs, it'd be tough for another system to run it. Usually ITX boards are really good with RAM because they've only got 2 slots. But I've reset the CMOS, so let's see. Hopefully that just takes that XMP profile off and allows us to boot again. Show me what I want to see, computer. You were doing so well. You booted loads before with no issues. Come on. Starting to wonder if it's the little screen. There's no lights on the EZ debug at the moment. What's it on now? It's on boot. Ah! No, I'm going to miss it, aren't I? I'm going to miss the... Oh, for Pete's sake. I'm going to miss the bar screen. While I was looking for the debug light, it was booting up. Okay, so let's just do it the other way then. Hold shift and press restart. We will just do it that way instead. Thanks for the sub, Shihab Surfuden. That's a cool name. Shihab Sharfuden. That's a cool name. The superhero's name. I've never had a PC take this long to boot before. 128 gigs is interesting. Is Ryzen 1250 Ti a good combo? It sounds like a dreadful combo. Do they even still make the 1200 anymore? Is that even a CPU? If it was, it wasn't a very good one. So we'll just do it this way instead. That'll guarantee we get into BIOS next time. Hooray says he has a 3060 12 gig plus 3700X plus 60 gigs DDR4 and the rest. How much should you list it for? Oh, I don't know, maybe probably well, it depends on your currency. £400 here in the UK probably. Brian says, sometimes when you turn the PC on, the fans run at full speed and the LEDs don't turn on for at least 15 to 20 seconds. Normally the LEDs fans ramp up for about 5 seconds. What I'd say, Brian, is if the PC is working fine, I wouldn't worry about it. It does sometimes do that. Okay, so we're back in the BIOS now. So why don't we just try a really quick fix on the memory? Why don't we put the XMP on and we'll just go into here and then we'll just change the RAM speed to 6000 instead. Yeah? And we'll just see if that works. So we're using the XMP timings, but putting the speed to 6000 rather than 6400. See if it works. So the good thing is though, Gab Tint, is you could just do a little in-place CPU upgrade and you'd be in a great position, like Ryzen 5 5600, or if you can get a used 5700X3D, that would be good. AMD Athlon 550. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work on AM4. I think the only Athlons are the 200 GE and the 3000 GE or something, isn't it? I can't remember. Been a long time. Oh god, this has taken a long time, this memory training, dude. I have a feeling it won't work at 6000, but we'll see. We'll see. To be honest, getting 6000 megahertz to work on 128 gigs is pretty good going. Well, if you've got a 5800X3D, that's a fantastic companion to your new GPU, so that sounds great. Okay, so we've booted. Let's see if the speed is there. Oh, hell yeah. 6000. Well, that was easy. So we put the XMP profile on and we changed the speed to 6000 rather than 6400. And you know what? That actually makes perfect sense, because 6400 on 128 gigs is difficult. So I hope next time we reboot it, now that it's trained the memory, it should be better. So let's get back into that BIOS. I'm going to do the same method again because I'm going to go crazy if I miss it again. Memory training takes 5 minutes and 40. That's a very specific amount of time. We've obviously timed it. I don't mind if this PC takes a while to boot up. It's okay, you know, don't mind. As long as it's stable, that's what I really care about. Stable and consistent. Well, let's see what the MSI board can cook up. Clean the screen. You know what? That's actually a really good point. I'm going to do that. Come on, boot up. Okay. Oh, not that. Well, you know, we finished the build. It takes about 10 million years to boot up because of the 128 gigs of DDR5. But it looks to be stable at 6,000. 6,400 was a no-go. Just doing some fan curvage. Okie oh, chipset fan. Can we turn that? Can we just get that right down? I don't really think we need a chipset fan on very much at all. It's just... There we go. Well, Tiffany, I agree. 64 gigs would be much preferable. In fact, 48 gigabytes would be perfect, I think. For a gaming system, you don't need more than 48. The customer specifically asked for 128 in this build. I still don't think they need it for their workload, but the customer is always right, so I'm not going to argue. I gave them my recommendation. They decided that they didn't want to follow the recommendation. That's okay. That's how it goes. Okay. Where's AMD overclock? It's under advanced, isn't it? Okay. So we're going to test its stock just to show you how bad they will be. XMP always works on AMD. It's just not well, not always. It often works. Okay, so let's just put everything on auto. Have PBO on, but have everything on auto. We'll test it, and then we'll see how bad the temps are, and then we'll try and fix it after. All right? Sound like a plan, team? Now I just need to save this as a profile. Save profile to ROM. I'll call this stock 6000. And then 10 minutes later, we'll be at the Windows desktop. Scalar on 1x for this build will be absolutely what we do. If I was doing it on a normal system, not an ITX, I'd probably put it on 2x. Let's have a look at Respawn's PC parts. Yeah, that should be fine, Respawn. The only thing I'd see, can you get a Ryzen 5 7500F instead? Because it's got a little bit more cache. Otherwise, it seems fine. You can probably get a different brand of power supply as well, save a bit more money. It'll be in probably 2 weeks for you though. I'm working 4 days a week in the hospital at the moment, so I don't have as much time to do content. So I can probably only do every 2 weeks for a live. That is, of course, as long as I've got a build to do live. Watch Joey, we always turn fast startup off because I want the RAM cleared when I turn a PC off. So I have to go to edit power plan. And then you see here, fast startup is disabled. Can you actually see that? Probably not, right? Let me get you a bit. So I always have that box unchecked in the power options personally. I just want my computer flushed when it turns off. Do you know what I mean? Okay. We don't need that deep cool app open. Oh, right, we ready? Okay, so we're idling at 60 degrees C, which is never ideal. No GPU supporting 3D rendering has been found. Oh no. Oh, I tested this with a Radeon the other day, didn't I? I forgot. Oh, that means we've got to restart the PC a couple more times. That sucks. Sorry, guys. Oh, do you know what? Actually, I can't be dealing with this. I will just install the NVIDIA driver and leave the AMD one on. I know it's not optimal, but for testing purposes, it's fine. Otherwise, we're going to be sat here waiting ages for DDU to clean all those drivers. We're already waiting so long. Well, that was quite quick. That was quicker than before, I think. Or maybe my standards are so low now. That's fine, ArcNet. I mean, Expo is better, but in the market it's different, right? It's definitely booting faster now. I bet it's reset itself to 4800, doesn't it? If you have a look. I bet it has. No, it's still at 6000, so it's obviously just trained itself properly. That's good. Thermal tests coming very soon, guys. We've just got to install the NVIDIA driver, and we'll be on the road to recovery. Nice to see so many viewers this Sunday as well. Been consistently around 50, which is awesome. If anybody's new to the stream, what was it that made you click on the video? Was it recommended? Did it come up on the home page? Was it the thumbnail? What was it? I'm just interested. Maybe it's just the concept of putting these stupid parts into such a small case. Maybe that was it. Max is not new. Somebody was asking about giveaways earlier, and Max actually won the giveaway for the DDR5. Algorithm. Yeah, fair enough. I like it. And once again, shout out to all the lurkers. Even if you don't comment, just know I appreciate you all the same. Came up on the home screen. Beautiful. Do you guys get recommended a lot of live streams? Because I don't think I ever get recommended live streams. God, this driver's taken a long time to install, isn't it? NVIDIA. No, interesting, right? Yeah, YouTube isn't great at promoting streaming, but it's not great at promoting anything, really. It's really hard to break through. It's even worse if you go on Twitch or something, though, I think. Oh, come on, wake up. Can't be taking this long to install the driver. I know, right? The shorts thing is crazy. I get recommended so many shorts. And I don't want to see shorts. Unless it's those booty shorts that your mum wears to the gym. I just don't know what does shorts do for YouTube. I don't understand how it's I don't know. Just don't understand it. Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Anytime I change anything with the RAM, I always run a TM5 overnight anyway, just to be sure. But usually it doesn't. Usually it doesn't black screen after installing a driver. It's kind of weird. I wouldn't be surprised if it is the RAM, although it did seem to happen right as the driver was installing. So I just don't know. Try reboot him. What do I think performance better? Probably the two sticks, because there's barely any difference between 5600 and 6000. But it won't be much in it. I mean, we did the test on the channel. We showed that it was very unusual for there to be any performance difference at all between single and dual channel, just because the way that DDR5 is set up. It doesn't punish you as much. Come on, show me the desktop, baby. Oh, there's something weird going on with this. Something really weird going on. And I thought it would be temperature that holds us back here, but it's actually something. My guess is the RAM. I don't know for sure. But it did briefly flash up saying that there's no GOP on this graphics card, which cannot be possible. Yeah, maybe it is that. So we'll bite the bullet. We will DDU it. I think that will just make everybody happy, huh? Let's just do that. It's going to take about 1 million years to do, but I think, yeah. If RAM is unstable, yeah, you can change the SoC. You're right, you can do that. I don't really want to put any more voltage through the board because the ITX is always so compact. You don't have much breathing room. Like if I'm going to increase voltages on RAM and things, I want them to have direct airflow if I can help it. Did you ever have a customer watching the PC build? Yeah, it happens from time to time. Yeah, had that happen a couple of times. For sure. B580 Sparkle Guardian is amazing. I really like the B580. I think I do rate it a lot. It's just the pricing was good for a short time, and then just something happened to it and it didn't work as well. So yeah. Yeah, it is an ITX, although we're having a few little teething issues. Hopefully we'll solve those soon. We're not going to be overclocking because we wouldn't overclock an ITX system, but we will do a lot of undervolting and underwatting, if you like. And then we'll try to recoup some of that lost performance with things like Curve Optimizer. So that's what we're going to do. At the moment, we're just trying to get everything ready on a base level before we go ahead. So we'll just do a little DDU, clear out everything. The BIOS is already up to date, so it shouldn't be that. This current build, this goes for about £6,000. But that's with a stupid amount of memory, so I wouldn't recommend that anybody gets 128 gigabytes of RAM because it's going to be harder to get stable and you're not going to get any benefit. You're just going to be spending loads of money for no reason. So I think for a super high-end build, the 48 gigabytes is really the sweet spot for memory in terms of being able to get it to run at good speeds and timings whilst having enough. Does negative offset work together with PBO, or should it? Well, if you mean, so on the curve optimizer, you mean? So yeah, the negative curve optimizer, I always do, yeah, because you can recoup some performance or even gain performance. Did you use MSI? It's not B650i Edge, it's B850i Edge TI or Wi-Fi or whatever it's called. I've got the box here somewhere, but it's the B850 version. But anyone that's done DDU for all GPUs knows that it takes a little while, so we're going to be sat here for a minute. Why don't it's because we probably have a few new people, why don't we show the build off again whilst DDU's doing all that stuff, because it will take a little while. So that's the completed build there. So it's the Antec Performance 1M case. Really nice case for ITX because you can fit in some really big graphics cards, slightly bigger than things like the Terra. So I do really like it. It's got kind of like a quite classy look. It's not got loads of RGB coming out the sides. It's not shouting too much. It's just high build quality, compact size. There's definitely smaller available, but this is a really good balance of everything. But even in this, you are really pushing the boundaries of what's sensible with such high-end components. And the reality is you are going to lose a few percentage points of performance. But you build the tool for the job at hand. The customer that wants this is going to be taking it traveling all over the world. So they can't have a big tower because they're not going to be able to transport it. They also can't have a laptop because it won't have the amount of performance that they need. The case itself, I think if you're in the USA, actually, you can get it for $110 at the moment, which is amazing. At the moment in the UK, it's £190, so not cheap. But you do get really good quality build with it, so you do get that. Okay. And we're still DDUing at the moment, so leave that in that position whilst we answer some questions. I like all of the MSI ITX boards are good. So yeah, they're all fantastic. Normally in this kind of build, I would actually just use an ASRock B850i Lightning because it's actually got a 10-phase VRM. The only downside with the ASRock is if you need to tune any RAM. You're not going to get those burning CPU things. It's just not going to happen, especially if you tune it the way that we do. So that's my usual choice, but that one won't support that much RAM. So the MSIs are really good with keeping RAM stable compared to other brands. So that's why I chose it. Oh, you just use manual settings to tune it. Well, that's another way of doing it. Minderbird says 32 gigs not enough for a 5080. No, it's enough. That's fine. 32 will do you fine. Particularly with prices being what they are. That's fine. 32 will be no problem. What's the difference between a mid... So let me just correct you on your grammar very quickly. There's no such thing as a mid-end build. An end means you're either at one end or the other. So mid can't be an end. It's literally the opposite of an end. So you mean mid-range. Now that the pedantic part of what I'm going to say is out of the way, I'll actually answer your question. So what is the difference between a mid-range and high-end motherboard? It's bragging rights most of the time and RAM tuning. Or on an Intel system, if you want to do CPU overclocking as well, then a high-end motherboard's good for that. But most of the time, people overbuy on their motherboards a lot. I would say you could run a Ryzen 7 9800X3D on a Gigabyte B650 Eagle, which costs £120, and you'll have the same performance as if you bought a really fancy motherboard. You just don't need it. You just need something with, on AMD, as long as you've got an 8-phase VRM, which you can look up easily, you'll be able to run any Ryzen 5 and Ryzen 7. If you're on a Ryzen 9, you might want a 10 or a 12-phase VRM, but you don't need a high-end motherboard. They're all just, it's just a load of rubbish, unless you're going to be manually tuning RAM, in which case the motherboard choice does matter a bit more. Some motherboards will give you more USB ports on the back, but to me, that's not worth that much more money. If you're using an ATX system, you can get an add-in card for £10 to get 4 more USB slots, or you could use a dongle, you know, like a hub. There's no need to spend more on your motherboard just for more USB ports, unless you're connecting like loads of external hard drives or something. But I don't know many people that do that. What made me not go for AIO? Yeah, simply no space. Otherwise, I would use an AIO. And there are some cases that are a similar footprint that you can put an AIO in, and you'd probably be better off. But they're not really available within a reasonable time period. So yeah. People are going overkill mainly on motherboards. PSU depends sometimes. I mean, sometimes people will only buy Corsair, for example, and that, you know, you're going to end up spending more money that way. But people usually do go overkill on motherboard, yeah. Or they sometimes go too low, that's the other thing. So lower mid-range is perfect for motherboards, especially if you're not going to be manually tuning. You'll be just paying for features that you will never use. And with RAM, are you going overboard? I don't know. I think the common wisdom is just to get DDR5 6000 C30 if you can. But if you can't, like, it's a difficult market. What are you going to do? Part of the issue of, you know, big YouTubers getting sponsored for components is the companies are going to send them their high-end stuff because that's what they want to promote. So if you watch something like PC Centric, lovely guy, quite like his channel, but you have to be realistic. The companies are sending him those parts to use. He's not spent his own money on them. So of course those companies are going to send them more premier products to show off because it makes them more money. So don't forget that money talks. Follow the money. I'm not saying that PC Centric's a bad guy. I actually think he seems like a really cool guy, actually. But you do have to bear in mind that they get sent those motherboards for a reason. How much did the RAM cost? Yeah, about £1,600. Completely stupid. And there's no DDR6. There won't be for a long time. I told you DDU takes ages. Even on a high-end computer, it takes ages to clear every single GPU driver. So I was trying to avoid this, but but obviously I haven't been able to. Yeah, the B650M HDV is nice. Those are fine. But even so, one really good motherboard at the moment is the MSI B650M Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. Comes with a 12-phase VRM for £125. The only downside is that the PCIe X16 long slot sits one level below the maximum height. So in some smaller cases, that you might come unstuck with that. Will RAM prices stay like this? Yeah, I don't think the RAM's going to go up anymore. Maybe the availability will get worse, but I don't think the RAM could go up any more in price. I just don't think it would be possible. People won't buy it. It will just go out of stock. NVIDIA GPU will go up another 10%, I reckon, in the next few weeks. AMD probably similar. Yeah, I mean, I watched Joey say I haven't seen that issue with ASRock. I've never been able to recreate that problem with the burning CPU. I used dozens of them. Honestly, I think ASRock and Gigabyte are the two companies I use most for motherboards because of the value. I've used them all the time on 7800X3D, 9800X3D. Zero issues, never had a single problem. So I'm not saying that didn't happen, but it's interesting that I've been able to use at least 20 ASRock motherboards with X3D CPUs, and it's probably way more than 20, with zero problems. And Gamers Nexus have tried to recreate the issue. Level 1 Techs has tried to recreate the issue. They really pushed it hard, and they couldn't recreate the problem, even on old BIOS things. So I don't know what was happening, but it's not something that I really take into account. I still use ASRock boards because they do offer probably the best VRM for the money in most cases. Newt Collins says, 25090s, 256. Why would you use that much RAM? That is crazy. What an insane setup. Well, listen, H1N1, I hope you're not doing that for gaming, because the 9950X3D for gaming is just not worth it. Do you know what, H1? That's actually a pretty good price for that RAM, current market, in fairness. Oh, VTubing. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? You get a pass for actually having a use case for a for a 5090. Most people that buy 5090s for gaming are absolute dreamers. It's just not worth it unless you're competitive, or if you don't mind spending the money, obviously. But I'd say most people will get everything they need out of a 5070 Ti or a 9070 XT. And the remainder of that money they spent is for bragging rights, whether they know it or not. This 5090 is for some Unreal Engine work that the client's doing, so. And some people will just want the best. It's just how it works, isn't it? Sometimes people will go, I don't care what the money is, I just want the best one. So yeah. So anyone that's new to the stream, we have finished building the PC, but there's still some important tuning to do. It's RTX 5090 in this chamber, then we've got the 53mm cooler in here for the CPU, 9800X3D, got a B850i MSI board, 128 gigs DDR5, and only a 1TB SSD. That's all they said they wanted. So I was like, okay, I suggest you get bigger, but what are you gonna do? So we've packed it all in. The build is working, albeit with very long boot times. And we're just doing a little DDU wipe here, get all the drivers off, because I'm using a testing SSD at the moment. So clearing the drivers off, then we're going to put the NVIDIA drivers on. We're going to check the temperatures at stock, and then I'm going to apply my secret sauce to get this 9800X3D working in a teeny tiny case like this. Gary, most likely yes, but you'll have to read the manual about that. Usually with the X boards, they all run at the higher, they all run off the chipset basically, so you should be okay. but I would check the manual for that. If you're on a B650 or a B850, then that would be one situation where you might get a slowdown. Does Unreal require better specs for the creator than the people? Yes, usually. I was finding the right case and how to cool it. Yeah, so I've got a 5090 and 9850X 3D build coming up. We're going to do that in the Fractal Meshify 3 with a 280mm AIO, and I think that will work really nicely. So that the Meshify 3 would be good. If your GPU will fit, you have to check that you've got the right clearance. Haven BF360, also a good call because that's got fantastic airflow. So that would be another one. Yeah, AricNet, I know, I don't really understand it. I mean, to be honest, I would have recommended they get 48 or 64 gigabytes of RAM and then use that money for more storage, but that's what they wanted, so that's what I'm doing. See you later, Max. Good to see you, buddy. Things are starting to move on the DDU now, so hopefully it's nearly done. And I'll be right back in just a moment. I'm going to use the little boys' room. All right, thanks for sticking with me. Yeah, I wouldn't have recommended them get a 1 terabyte, to be honest. So far you ordered TJ's Shiny Snake L400, not one I've heard of. Not one I've heard of. Damn, DDU just takes even like longer and longer. The more the time goes on, the longer DDU takes. It didn't used to take this long. So, YoJet, I was considering doing that, just putting a 2 terabyte in. The reason I didn't is that essentially on the website, this build, when you select on the website, comes with 48 gigabytes of RAM. They chose the add-on on the page to add 64 gigabytes, so that would make 112. But you can't get 112 gigabytes of RAM. So the next thing was 128 gigabytes. So I've already given them more RAM than they've paid for free. So I didn't really feel the need to go for the 2 terabyte, but I do get the sentiment. Well, H1N1, you'll want to stick around to see some of the changes that we make here and what we can achieve with regards to the temperatures. Because with a low profile cooler, you can still extract almost all of the performance from the CPU. Not all of it, but almost all. Oh my God. I'm honestly going to get a snack. This is taking so long. It's quite funny that I scheduled this stream to finish an hour ago, and we're not even close to finished yet. Oh, we did build it on time. I just wasn't planning on this taking so long. Yeah, it would have been nice to put a 2 terabyte in, but the problem is, you know, I'm making quite a nice margin on this PC. Like it's a really good amount of money. But don't forget, when you're providing this as a business, you have to service a warranty. So there's a certain amount of risk that comes with selling a PC to someone versus building it yourself. So that does have to factor in. Who doesn't like a bit of hummus and crackers? How can you not like hummus, man? Good stuff. Honestly, how long has this DDU been going? Like 15 minutes. Why do you hear that 5800X 3D is better than 5950X? And no, that's not quite right, because they've got more cache on them. So the X3D has extra, think of it like RAM, like really fast RAM, but right on the CPU. So when you're playing a game, a lot of the game's data that would normally be stored on RAM can be stored directly on the CPU, meaning that the response time and therefore the performance is a lot better. That's why the X3Ds are so sought after. It is like watching a paint dry. I agree, it's boring as heck. I'm just impressed that there's 49 people still watching. But with the Ryzens, it's interesting. Like I find that the 9800X3D is just as good, if not faster, than the 9950X3D. It depends on the game, actually. Some games are better than others. But having a CPU where one half has the 3D and the other doesn't kind of has its own problems. Oh my God. I'm going to finish this whole pot of hummus before the DDU's finished. Keep telling yourself the 9800X3D is fine. In fact, for gaming, it's probably faster than the 9950X3D. But if you're going to do like rendering or any other kind of use like that, then the 9950X3D is a good choice. Hello from Malaysia. Good to see you. Bob Ramen. I do like a bit of ramen myself. Do I have a super high refresh? It's not cheese, it's hummus. I've got a 240 Hz OLED upstairs. But I don't game very much. Do you know what game I've been playing recently? Valheim, of all things. You probably run that on a potato. Well, Scenic, we're going to be testing the temperatures in a minute. They're going to be terrible to start with, but we need to tune it. Once we tune it, we'll get the temperatures under control. But we're thwarted a little bit because I've had to DDU the drivers because the SSD that I'm using is like a testing SSD that I move between computers all the time. When you order something in the US, do you pay the import tax when it arrives? Do you know what? I think you have to pay it from the delivery company. They send you an invoice. But I don't buy anything from overseas for my business, so I don't really know specifically. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Although, Watch YoJet brings up a good point, actually. You know, before upgrading your PC hardware, maybe think about the peripherals as well. Like the motherboard, the monitor, keyboard, mouse, they can all make a big difference. Dude, how long am I going to have to wait for this DDU? This is doing my head in. Just moved your parts from Fractal Torrent Nano to Deep Core CH160. Nice, yeah, the CH160 is a good case, actually. I'd like Deep Core stuff in general, actually. They're fantastic. They're really cheap now as well. I think because they can't sell to the US, they've probably got a load of overstock. So it's so cheap now. Seeing as we've probably got a few new viewers, why don't we open this up? Let people at least see the interior. Whilst we wait for DDU to take a 10 million years to do the driver uninstall. I don't want to disturb anything that's going on in there too much, so I'll just move the camera around rather than the PC. But you can see, all right, Aussie, so we've got quite a tight fit there. But you could conceivably get a slightly longer GPU in there if you wanted. But it really is packed. And that's why this Antec case would be better than something like the Fractal Terra, because the Terra wouldn't support a GPU that thick, basically, and then have enough room on the other side for a cooler. And then for anybody watching, we've got two 140mm fans on the bottom as well, just basic Fractal fans. And then we can look at the top-down view. It's fairly densely arranged in there. And I'm going to have to lean a little bit. We can see what's going on in here. But that's a Corsair SF1000. And we've got It's not a Noctua cooler, it's actually a Thermalright AXP90 X53 full copper, but we replaced the fan with a Noctua fan. And then we've got the B850 Edge TI motherboard with a 9800X3D inside. So it's a really high-end build, packed into a really small chassis. And I think we've done a really good job with the cable management. We've got one going down there. So there's not too much bulk lying around. I think it's pretty good overall. GPU fan is not spinning. I disagree. They're all spinning, look. Well, I know, Ozzy, but I know you didn't win the giveaway, but that's just bad luck, mate. That's all I can say. Do you have strategies you recommend to flip PCs for beginners? My advice is don't do it. It's not a good market. Even when it is a good market, you're not going to make any really good money from it. If you want to do it for fun and then just occasionally sell the PCs for like 50 quid extra profit, then go for it. But it's hard to make it work on a full-time basis. Unfortunately, we don't have temps yet because we're still waiting for DDU to finish. Unbelievably. I think it's actually been something stupid like 25 minutes now, waiting for DDU to finish. Stupid. They're definitely all spinning. The Lian Li A3 M-ATX, great case. I like it a lot. Just finished a white build with it actually. Looks really good. You can fit a lot into the A3. The A3 was one of the choices I gave this customer actually, before they ultimately settled on something a bit smaller. Unfortunately they weren't able to fit it into their plain carry-on luggage, so that's why they've gone for this one. Oh, I think it's finished finally. Yeah, so Ozzy, somebody's bought this one already. It's a production company. What's DDU? Oh, it's display driver uninstaller. So it's like an app that completely guts and cleans all graphics drivers from the PC. I don't know why it took so long, honestly. But I've noticed that over time, the DDU just gets really slow. Like a month ago, DDU would take like 5 minutes. Now it takes like 20 minutes. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on with it. At least it still works. So let's do this in order. So we'll put the chipset driver on first, and I will move so that you can actually see the screen now. So I tend to put the chipset driver on first and then the graphics, but it doesn't really matter too much. It's like me, it's just getting old, yeah. I don't know, maybe I just need to re-download DDU or something. Maybe there's a new version for the new GPUs. I don't know. Never used to take that long. At least it's booting a bit quicker now. Earlier on, like this DDR5 RAM was taking so long to boot because there's 128 gigs. But since lowering the speed down to 6,000, it's helped a lot. Cool. And then GPU now. This case is £180, £190 in the UK. I think in the US, there's a current deal on Amazon for $110. So, yeah. Limited stock on GPUs in New Zealand, and they're not as cheap. Yeah, I think it is a similar situation. Obviously, the smaller your country is, probably the worse you're going to get hit by this because of the limited supply, I would think. It's black screened again. Methinks maybe a VBIOS problem, perhaps? Well, they're not actually producing. Basically, it's they're like an architecture company, so they use Unreal Engine to do some kind of fly-through thing. So this is what they wanted. I don't know. Although, to be honest, trying to get anything over 8 cores to run in this would be challenging. What the hell is going on with this thing? I reckon it needs a VBIOS update. What do you think? So the DDU didn't help. So what's our next port of call then, people? It's turned into a troubleshooting stream. That's not what I wanted. Just checking the riser piece. All looks fine. It's not the input, because this portable monitor only has one input. So I don't think it could be that. Strange. Very, very strange. I'm just going to plug that riser cable back in. But it's weird that it would boot and then not let the driver install. Very unusual. This motherboard doesn't have a code readout. But it's not a boot problem. It's only when you install the driver, which is making me think VBIOS. Or a problem with the riser piece, obviously. That's another possibility. It looks pretty well plugged in. Everything's screwed in place. Power plug is in fine. Nothing's loose. Make sure the BIOS is in. Has got CSM disabled, but we could try and drop the RAM speed. It's just, I'm not sure that it's RAM related, because it shouldn't happen only when installing a graphics driver, right? So it's put itself back onto auto PCIe gen. Let's put that onto Gen 4. Let's also ensure that we've got CSM disabled as well. Where do you find that in an MSI BIOS? I don't know, so we'll have a look. Call a service desk. I am the service desk. I can't do that. Right. So now I have to find CSM in this BIOS. Anyone got any ideas? I'm going to Google it in a second. Ah, BIOS UEFI. Oh, it's in CSM mode. That's why. Why is it in CSM? Why has it done that? You'd never use a motherboard that doesn't have a code reader. I mean, you could put a beep speaker in if you really wanted to. It's never really been an issue. I've never had. This is the most issues I've had with a PC in a while, actually. So, strange one. Very strange one. So I'm hoping it's just from changing that toggle to UEFI mode, it will work. Now it's taken ages to boot again. So something weird is happening. Well, the light is currently on DRAM, so it's doing something. Maybe I do need to drop the RAM speed a bit more. Who knows? Give it a minute. It might have to retrain the RAM again when you change it to UEFI. I don't know. It shouldn't do, right? But stranger things have happened. Come on, show me a picture, please. Otherwise, I'm going to have to reset the CMOS again. Didn't take this long last time, I don't think. What's the light saying? Oh, picture. Picture. See, it's a good job I didn't reset the CMOS that quickly. Okay. Okay, try again, shall we? Something weird. I agree, Respawn. Something weird is going on. I mean, I'm hoping it's just that toggle being set to CSM was the problem, right? So we'll see. It could be that. Because these new GPUs, I don't think they work in CSM. I think they only work in UEFI. It's just unusual for a BIOS to go to CSM. Usually it's just always in UEFI. So I've just checking things out. Try it one more time. Because the system was still running. Because I just pressed the power button once and it shut down in a normal amount of time. So I think it's a graphics side issue, most likely. Computer needs to behave. So Zulu Game, that is the most sensible thing I've heard all day, and I agree. Yeah, I agree. DDR5 it does take longer than it definitely does take longer than DDR4. Yeah, gotta give it a whoosh. The BIOS is already up to date. It's on the latest BIOS. Don't be silly. You could do a VBIOS update if it needs it, but let's just see if this works first. Always do one thing at a time until you find the issue. So last time I think it got part of the way through and then it black screen. So we'll see. What case is it? Antec Performance 1M is the name of the case. So let's see. It will be the first time that the screen goes black. If it comes back again, then problem solved. So we'll see. Gen 5 PCI 5. Yeah, it doesn't usually benefit gaming at all. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's right. But Neil, this is just this isn't my gaming setup. This is just a test monitor. It's just to get it working. It's super thin and light. I can just move it around really easily. So yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna get a picture. It was the UEFI toggle. I think we fixed it. Well, thank God for that. That's good. Well, now we can actually probably test this thing properly now, can't we? So see. This wasn't anything particularly broken. It was just for some reason in the MSI BIOS, the UEFI toggle was on CSM. I have no idea why it was like that, but it shouldn't be. Okay. I enjoyed building ITX cases. Actually, it's something of a subspecialty of mine. They're really popular on my website, so I do like some ITX. Obviously, it comes with its drawbacks, mainly cost. Yeah. Okay, so we're idling on the CPU at 50 and we're idling on the GPU at 25, so that's fine. So we've got this is the GPU stress running now. Fans are starting to spin up. It does have a bit of coil whine. Not too bad, but it does have a bit. Okay, so let's run a little CPU test alongside. I reckon this CPU is going to hit something stupid like 95 degrees C. So let's see. It probably won't take very long to get there. You can't see it because of the text, so let me move it over like that. There you go. But guys, remember, this is expected. We are expecting the temperatures to be terrible, and we're going to go and fix them in a minute. This is just to prove how bad it can get. The fans are going absolutely mental. It's going so hot. So I'm going to leave this going for maybe 3 minutes and then turn it off. And guys, this isn't even with the side panels on. So you know it's bad. So I'm going to put the side panels on while that's going because we know it's working now. Or does that get? But the GPU's doing great. It's only 60 so far. It's probably not heat soaked yet, obviously, but the CPU has always been the main issue with this kind of setup. So we know that we knew that going in. This is not a surprise. Next thing to do is to fix it, which we will do in a minute. When I say fix, I mean tune it so that it works sensibly. So 95 degrees C. Not great, is it? And it probably is, it is throttling slightly at 4.9 gigahertz. So it's got a slight throttle on it. Not too bad, it's just a slight throttle. Oh, you could boil water on this. I mean, it's 95C, right? GPU's doing really well, 66. I'm having to speak really loud because the fans are going absolutely mental. But, you know, we've got 500 watts being dumped into the case from the GPU. And then obviously the 120 to 130 you're going to get on the package power for the CPU. So, so yeah, interesting one, eh? So we know this is terrible. It's time to fix it. It's good to know that AMD have built those protections into the CPU though, because it is really not going over 95. So Fair play, MD. So it's tuning time, baby. Oh, do you know what we should, actually, before we tune it, do you think we should do a Cinebench run? Get a score, and we can compare the score before and after? How about that? Let's do that, actually. Give us like an objective measure of how much performance we're losing. So we'll do a Cinebench run. And then, yeah. But don't forget, guys, heat going into your room is a function of the watts that are being put out, not the degrees C. So even if I get this CPU down to 40 degrees C, if it's kicking out the same number of watts, it's going to heat your room up the exact same. Nice, yeah. So, you know, my personal favorite kind of build is a micro ATX build, because you can put like a really chunky tower cooler in there, like with 8 heat pipe cooler or a big liquid cooler. You know, you could put lots into it. So this kind of thing is a bit more specialist. All right, so should we do a little Cinebench? Do I have Cinebench on here? I must have Cinebench on here. Yeah, Cinebench 2024. Yeah, so the heatsink we are using is the full copper, and it's the only one that you can make this work with. I'm telling you, you can't. The others will not work unless you could fit a 67mm cooler in. So let's do a little CPU multi-core, little run. We'll record the score, and then we'll see what the score is after doing our tweaks later. See how much performance we've gained or lost. Yes, we will be using a curve optimizer as well, definitely. It's so loud. You won't be able to hear the fans because I've got noise suppression on, but the fans aren't really going for it. So yeah. Thanks, Respawn. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So the cooler is the Thermalright AXP53 copper. This one. So it's 53mm tall, whoops, which is the biggest it'll be able to fit in this configuration. But it is full copper, which does help with the heat dissipation. And I think it's either got 2 or 4 heat pipes. I can't remember. It must have 4. I don't think 2 would be enough, would it? So it must be a 4 heat pipe cooler. But yeah, this is the best you can get in this chassis. Obviously, if you could do a micro ATX build with a liquid cooler or a big tower cooler, you're going to be better off. But you can make it work with this. We'll tweak it in a second. We're just getting a little Cinebench run here. The RAM temps, does it really matter if it's running stable? Oh, we can have a look in a minute if you want. I'm reluctant to run it now because Cinebench is currently running. I don't want to impact the score by opening other background apps. So we can have a look in a minute. But the RAM temperature should be fine because it's not covered by anything. So, yeah. But thank God for Thermalright, honestly. I don't know, without Thermalright, I would not be able to make this build work because you need that copper cooler. If you've got a tiny cooler, that needs to be copper. It's good. I mean, it works. It's not intended to be used with the 9800X3D, that cooler. That's not its intended use, but you can make it work. It's impressive for its size, for sure. So another 7 minutes left on this Cinebench run. We'll record the score, and then we will move on to the tweaks, see how that affects the score. I think the score will be the same, but the temperature will be a lot lower, which will be amazing. No, Thermalright's good. I mean, basically, the reason, Zulu, is that Thermalright are the only company that make that full copper cooler, as far as I know. So obviously, if you were to run this at stock settings, it would be unusable because the temperature would be at 95 degrees C all the time. But I'm going to show you. Yeah. I use Thermalright coolers all the time. There are the Peerless Assassin, Phantom Spirit, Assassin X, all fantastic. AP202 Asus Prime case, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think you'll be happy with that, as long as you like the look of it, of course. And I can't decide whether you like the look of something or not. This PC is so loud at the moment. That little cooler is going mental. Oh, really? Is that true? Lost thought. I'm going to look into that then. Noctua make a copper cooler, do they? I know they do that L9A, but today we'll have to find out where it is. Oh, so yeah, you're right. The 7800X3D, one of its big benefits is that it's easier to cool. You're correct. Yeah, Peerless Assassin, classic cooler, fantastic. Can't argue with that. So another 4 minutes left on this Cinebench run before we do some tweaks. Hope everybody's having a nice Sunday. Weather is very changeable today. It's sunny now. It was absolutely piddling it down about 20 minutes ago. Fabian. No, Fabian, we don't do that here. We don't ask for things for free. If you want something, you have to earn it, I'm afraid. I understand times are tough, but asking other people to give you stuff, it's just not what we do here. Sorry. I sympathise though. Yeah, that's the other thing, isn't it? You do spend a lot for that Noctua stuff, so yeah. Yeah, well, see, watch Yojet. Most of the 9070 XTs do run really cool, actually. I haven't found any that are particularly bad. In fact, most GPUs from this generation of any kind are pretty well cooled. The only exception was I had an Acer Nitro RX 9070, not the XT, just the 9070, and that thing screamed like a banshee. I had to send it back. But everything else has been fantastic in terms of cooling. I've never had anything go over 80 actually, so it's quite impressive. Yeah, so Acer makes some graphics cards, and so I've got two of the Acer Intel Arc cards, and they're fine. They work great, but that Acer Nitro 9070 was really bad. I'm quite tolerant, like in terms of temperatures, as long as it doesn't go over 80, I don't really care. But this thing, like the core temperature was 60, but the hotspot temperature was like 98. And the thing had the worst coil whine. I was like, I cannot put this in a customer's computer. It's like, I know it's not faulty, but it's just gross. I was like, absolutely not. So I sent it back. Did anybody remove junction temperature? I thought oh, was it only on the 5090? I was going to say, because I've seen junction temperature on NVIDIA's, but I don't know about the 5090 specifically. That's so funny. Oh, hopefully we're nearly there. I kind of hope that it doesn't, because I know Cinebench, if it finishes this run before that timer runs out, it'll have to do a whole extra run. So I'm hoping it finishes before that timer runs out. Oh, this thing is running hot, 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 hot. No, it started another run. Oh, because the timer, it's only got 1 minute left on the timer, but it's only just started another run. Oh, that sucks. I have to wait another 5 minutes for it to finish the run. Oh well. Yeah, otherwise it looks nice, but I cannot recommend the Acer RX cards, unfortunately. Your PC blows out cold air and very nice. Yeah, fine. Yeah, little jet of air coming out. See, this one is, there's not a lot of heat coming off this PC. So what I'm saying about the watts, you know, it rings true. It's running at probably 120 watts, but and probably at 95 degrees C, but there's not that much heat coming off the computer. So it's all to do with the watts, nothing to do with the. So you can cancel it, but I think it affects the results because it likes to get itself going and then do it. And if I stop it now, I don't know if how that's going to affect the score. So I just want to keep it fair and just let it run until it stops itself. But if somebody knows different in the comments, you can tell me. But my understanding is if you stop it halfway through, it can affect the score. So I don't want to do that. So I hope you guys looking at pictures of chairs and cheese plants, because that's what's on the screen right now. What our average 5090 PCs was? Well, this is a CPU test, not a GPU test. So yeah. Had great experiences with ASRock ITX boards. Yes, I like ASRock. I really do. I think they're great. I like their GPUs. I like their motherboards. I've never had issues with them. The only time I wouldn't use an ASRock is if you want to do memory overclocking, because they're not good for memory overclocking. But for everything else, they're great. One of them I really like is the ASRock B850M Riptide. Is a really good micro ATX motherboard. I do like that a lot. I don't really like the ASRock BIOS very much, but it doesn't matter. All right, Harry, chill out. Listen, we had a few little roadblocks, but we've made it. We have been live for 4.5 hours, so yeah. And you probably shouldn't swear, Harry Twinkle, because your mum is watching, so she would probably frown upon that kind of thing. Nearly there. Nearly there. Got to fill in those 4 blocks on the right. Oh yeah, Lost Thought. I remember ASRock had the bass frequency boost, right? Yeah, that was pretty legit. I think everyone copied it in the end, didn't they? But yeah. Right, 1219 points. I'm going to take a photo of that, so I remember. 1219. So how does that? So what does that compare to here? The comparison's not very good. So it's faster than. What is that? Some kind of thread ripper? That's not very helpful. That chart isn't very helpful. Okay, so 1219 is our baseline there for Cinebench. So we'll close that, and then we're actually going to go into the BIOS right now, and we're going to change those settings to improve the temperatures, try and retain as much performance as possible. So this is the bit, if you're building an ITX with a very small core, you might want to pay attention to. Oh, wow. All AMD builds are pretty good now. I didn't used to like them, but nowadays they're pretty sweet. Well, the cooling was bad. Yeah, but you haven't seen us tune it yet. Okay, so we're going to go to AMD overclocking. Then we go to PBO. So we've got it in advance. Currently it's all on auto. Now I want to bring this a bit closer so you can see it better. And then perhaps we can, there you go. Hopefully that's a bit more visible now. I'll bring that in. But we already knew the thermals were going to be bad at stock, so that is no surprise. So PBO limits, manual. So PPT limit is in milliwatts, so that needs to be, so I want 95 watts essentially, so I think that should be 95,000, right? And then TDC, 75 amps should do it, I think. And then EDC, 110 amps will do, so by 1,000. So 95 watts, I think, will just about be manageable by this cooler. The boost clock override, we will leave it flat, disabled, I think, because it's going to put voltage through the system that we don't need. Thermal throttle limit, 80 degrees, so it shouldn't go over 80. We can put this down a bit, but I'm trying to balance performance versus temperature together. So 80 is a good place to start. And then we can go into our curve optimizer. and we're going to enable an all-core negative curve optimizer of 10, so minus 10. Could you do more than minus 10? Yes, and most 9800 X3Ds, you'll be able to get them to minus 20. But this is a customer build, and I can't risk any instability. So minus 10 is what we're going for. The idea of the curve optimizer is we've already reduced the amount of power that the system's going to be able to use down to 95 watts. So by using the curve optimizer, it will get to a slightly higher frequency at a lower voltage. So that means you're going to recoup some of that performance that you've lost. So we'll do that. I don't think there's anything else here that we need to change. So we'll save that as a profile. Profile 2, we'll call this 95 watts ATC tune. And then we're going to go and retest it. Oh, I forgot to set the scaler actually. Let's just do that quickly before I forget. Oh, you develop games, yeah, so a monster setup would be quite good for you then. If I don't do this now, I will forget. So where is it? Where's the scaler? Usually the scaler is here. Oh, there it is. Missed it. So we don't want this pushing too much voltage, so we're going to leave it on 1x. And I'll just overwrite that profile that I've already done there. Nothing changed. Really? All right, well, we'll see. Windy says, should I move to AM5 or stay on Intel DDR4? You have a 5070 and a 13400. I don't know, really. Are you not getting enough FPS in your games on low settings? Then maybe yes, but to be honest, you could probably go up to like a 14600K or even 14700K and stay on DDR4 and ride out some of this weirdness. That's all I'd say. And Newt Collins has got a huge setup for a load of complicated, fancy things. Good for you, brother. MSI Performance Gaming. Okay, we're back in. So let's just flash up those temps. See how we're doing now. So let's get the GPU started. The reason I do the GPU at the same time is because under a real workload, obviously all the heat from the GPU is going to get cycled back through this case in some way and end up heating the CPU a little bit. So it's more realistic to run the two tests together. Okay, and prime 95. Let's see what we do now. So I'll push that way a little bit so that the text on the stream isn't getting in the way. Oh, it's a night and day difference in terms of noise, guys. I know you can't appreciate that through the microphone, but this is a much, much nicer experience. So one eagle-eyed amongst you might have noticed we've lost 100 megahertz on the CPU. But I would say that's worth it for much, much better temperature and noise. Because if you were here a moment ago, you would know that this was hitting 95 degrees C almost instantly. But with those tweaks that we've applied, you can see that we're now running at 95 watts instead of 140. We're losing around 100 megahertz on the clock, but out of a 5 gigahertz chip, that's not very much loss. And this is under a full core workload. If you're going to do something like play a game where you don't need all of this wattage essentially, you're actually going to get better performance with this than you would have done if you had left it stock. But it's starting to heat up a little bit. We're getting to 80. We're getting a slight down clock here. So we're down about 150 megahertz. But that trade is worth it because you're still going to be getting the benefit of the X3D, the 3D V cache. It's still going to be a wicked fast CPU. So the fact that you've lost a couple of 100 megahertz doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So it's tameable. I'm not in any way going to tell you this is optimal. It's absolutely not optimal. The point of doing this is to show you that even in adverse cooling situations, you can make these things work, as long as you accept that you are going to be leaving maybe a couple of percentage points of performance on the table. That's the reality of ITX, isn't it? If you're going to go for a really small cooler like this. Podium Bears, it just about fits. It just about fits. But this is one of AMD's huge benefits, is just how efficient they are. Because even when you limit the power down to like 90 watts, 95 watts, it's still fantastic. And it's really nice to see that voltage nice and low as well, because having this constantly above like 1.3 volts is like, yeah, you're on the borderline a little bit there of what I like to see. But if we look it up, so I think we've lost 300 megahertz in total. But that's under a sustained load. That's not under a gaming load. So 300 divided by 5,000 times 100. So we've lost 6% of the clock speed on the CPU. So I think that's acceptable. We're working on the knowledge that we're accepting slightly lower performance to get better temperatures. That's my justification. Obviously, we could let this run and run and run, but I think we've proved our point there. So we'll close this down, and then we'll run the Cinebench again. I'm expecting the Cinebench score to be a smidge lower than before, but with much better temperature and noise, which is the whole goal here. So I'll get rid of the prime 95. Cinebench. And obviously Cinebench is a synthetic benchmark. It's not indicative of real life. It's especially not indicative of gaming. We're just using it as a quick sort of rough and ready to see how much performance we lose on a multi-core basis. If you want, if you guys are interested, we could run a little Fortnite game and see what the difference in performance is, because I think the performance might be better actually on the new setup. So if you want to see that, let me know. We can do it. So let's leave that to run for a moment. I'm just going to get myself a drink. And if you guys have any questions, anything in the comments, let me know. If you're using your own ITX build, you can just copy my settings because they're AMD overclock settings. So let's say you put together an ITX system and the temperatures aren't what you want. You go back onto this stream, I leave the VODs up, you scroll back to where we did the changes, you can just copy it. You can literally just copy it and it will almost certainly work. If you're using like an ITX system like this, or you want to greatly reduce your temperatures. Yeah, we'll do, okay, we'll do, yeah, we can do DX12 Fortnite, that's fine. You'd use lower voltages in BIOS than use PBO curve optimizer. You can do manual, you're true. It just takes longer, doesn't it? That's the difference. I was quite happy with the voltage being around 1.05 to 1.1. I think that's perfectly acceptable for me. But yes, you could potentially get a bit more out of this manually. You want to see the tiny PC? All right, well, let's do it. Before I get my drink, we'll do a little tour. I don't want to take the case panels off yet, though. I don't want it to affect the scores. So we can have another fly through of the case soon, and the build, of course, but I don't want to mess the results up by taking the side panel off. I want it to be a fair test. But that's what it looks like at the moment. Just a nice, classy, dark build. And then if we're looking for something to scale, guys from earlier in the stream will know that we use the tin can. It's a grapefruit tin. So it is pretty small. We've got the 5090 in this chamber, and then on the other side we've got the tiny little 53mm cooler over the 9800X 3D. So pretty impressive. Obviously, if you want to extract every drop of performance from your components, an ITX system like this isn't the way to go. But maximum performance isn't what everybody wants. Some people just want a tiny system that runs cool and quiet and don't mind sacrificing a few percent performance. Roman's here. Good to see you, buddy. You're building a custom for the 9850X3D and they went Fantex Evolve. Yeah, nice. Is that the Evolve X2 or the previous Evolve? So Pojmez is not the same size as the Terra. I agree the Terra probably looks nicer. It's just a little bit too small to fit a 5090 in it, unless you're using the Founders Edition. So this case, this Antec Performance 1M, it really is like the smallest one that I can get these components to fit in properly and work well. Because getting the Founders Edition is not reliable from a business perspective. Yeah, the Evolve X2 is nice, man. I've got one, I just haven't built in it yet, but I have got a build plan for it, but it is a nice case. The GPU is absolutely not low profile. It's a 5090. It's chunky. It's real chunky. Well, once the Cinebench run is done, we'll pop the panels off so that everyone can see. And I'll be back in just a moment. Right, we're back. We'll go through all the build in a minute once the Cinebench run's finished. Show you all the parts. ShadowNet's back. So you want the ROG crosshair. The only time you should buy that motherboard is if you are going to manually overclock memory, or if you need whatever other features it's got, like Thunderbolt 4 and multiple GPU support and things like that. If you're not doing those things, you are completely wasting your money. I've never had a CPU fry, and I've built over 120 PCs on AM5. I have the suspicion that those are very rare edge cases, or the person doing it had been changing some weird settings that they really shouldn't have. So I think you'll be absolutely fine with a lower board. Pelican sold 9800 X3D and now using a 12700K. Do you know what, the older Lake CPUs are pretty nice. I really liked the 10 series as well. 10900K, fantastic CPU. Just hot, wasn't it? That's the problem. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like, some people have been having a go at Hardware Unboxed, but I don't know why. Like, I don't think they've ever claimed to be PC optimizers. They test things out of the box. It's hardware unboxed, right? So I don't really get the hate. There's a lot of AMD bias, just in general, for everything, for some reason. I don't know why. So there is a bit of that, but I don't know. I feel like testing stuff at stock settings is perfectly acceptable if that's what you're going out to do. And if you want to learn about tuning and other things, then that's a different audience type. So it's not like either way is wrong, it's just different people. Blair says, monitor or 4K TV for gaming? Oh, you need a monitor, surely. I mean, it depends on the TV, doesn't it? Some OLEDs are pretty good, but they tend to be too big, and I don't know, I think monitors generally better. He had two Athlon socket A CPUs fry when the heatsink was not mounted straight on. That's so funny. So what must happen is one of the pins must have been just out of the socket and it arced or something. That's the only way I could see that happening. Yeah. So ShadowNet, you know, I'm not going to tell you that your CPU won't fry, but I'm going to tell you I've used hundreds and hundreds of them on, even on the boards that people say you shouldn't use them on, ASRock boards. Like, I've never had the problem. And the other thing as well, ShadowNet, to mention, is that you've had people like Gamers Nexus, Level 1 Techs. They've been in there trying to reproduce this with old BIOSes, putting stupid settings on it that you should never use, and they haven't been able to recreate it. So it's probably real, but it's a freak edge case. And I think there was some recent reporting, wasn't there, that the rate of failure for 9800 X3Ds is actually lower than the average. So it's one of those things that those kind of stories get a lot of clicks, and that's therefore why the news spreads so fast. Do you know what I mean? Hubs sound pretty arrogant when it comes to tuning or not tuning. Oh, do they? I don't know. I don't watch it enough to know. So I don't know. Like, I'm not going to get into drama. I mean, my stance on this is, if you want to run things stock, that's fine. If you want to tune stuff, that's fine. I don't really mind what people do or not. You know, it's up to the individual to decide what they want to do. What would you recommend for a quiet air CPU cooler for a 9700X? Well, luckily that's not a very hard CPU to cool. So as long as you can fit it in your case, something like a Thermalright Peerless Assassin would be a fantastic choice. So that would be really good. The great thing about air coolers is there's not a whole lot of innovation anymore. So you can get them really cheap, like $30, $40 for a really good cooler. You don't need like a Noctua or anything like that. Thermalright Peerless Assassin 140. You're sorted as long as it fits. From the reports you saw, it took someone 64 gigabytes of RAM. So this to me tells me it's a voltage problem. So I have a feeling they were messing with something. They turned an SoC voltage up too much, or something weird happened. So I don't know. Some RAM companies say you avoid your warranty by enabling XMP. So Potion Rose, answer this. How are the RAM companies going to know if you enabled XMP unless you tell them? They're not going to know, are they? So, you know. What about Ryzen 9 9950X 3D? I wouldn't buy it unless you have a need for lots of cores. Because it's got a split architecture. So you've got half of the CPU that's got the X3D on it and half that doesn't. And in some games that can cause actually a slower performance than the Ryzen 7. So yeah. Do I think the Antec 1M is worth £230? No, that's too much. So I paid 180, and that's really on the upper end of what I think is acceptable. I think if you go onto Amazon, you can order it from Amazon US to the UK for 120 quid or something crazy. So it'd be worth looking into if you're interested. The BF6 base test was it, and the stock 4900K was only running at 5.1. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. Well, the only hardware unboxed thing that was a little bit of an oopsie was at one point they were comparing different RAM speeds, and they had a 3200 C14 kit versus something else. I can't remember the exact conclusion, but I remember that on one of them, the memory was running in gear 2 rather than gear 1, and they didn't realize. I was like, oh guys, no. But other than that, I think they're decent blokes. They're just testing stuff at stock settings, and that's been their whole bag. So, you know, it's nice. Yeah, I mean, ITX builds, you can't necessarily make them as quiet as a tower, but you can get them close with a bit of tuning. I wouldn't recommend ITX for your first build, but I'm not gonna shatter your dreams. If you want to try it, just go for it. If there's a computer shop nearby that can just pick up the slack if they need to finish it for you, then you've got a safety net. Right, gentlemen, score 1169. So how did that compare? Okay, so here's the photograph from before. So 1219, 1169. So what's that difference? Calc. 1219 divided by 1169 times 100. So it's 4% faster on the old settings, but the new settings, loads quieter and loads lower temperatures. So it's fantastic. Yeah. Oh, so it was a 3600 on gear 2. Well, that is an oopsie. But everyone's allowed to make mistakes, you know. It was, you know, it's not the best look, but what are you going to do? They're human beings, end of the day. What, I don't know if, did they come out and apologize about that or correct it? I don't know. That would be the difference, right? If they didn't correct it. Okay. And my understanding of the 3200 versus 3600 thing is, on AMD it didn't really matter, but on Intel the 3600 was a bit better, I think. Do you think the Noctua fan makes a big difference acoustically? Yes, but it's minor. Like it's not the actual decibels, it's the noise profile is a bit nicer to your ears. That's what the Noctua gives you. That's at least my experience. All right, so pretty good. So we've lost 4% performance, basically. Not a big deal. Now, I think we should do a games test, shouldn't we? I think that's only fair, isn't it? So let's do that. And we could even undervolt the GPU if we wanted, but I'm going to save that probably for off stream because it'll just take too long. Okay. So we'll go into the BIOS, we'll undo all of our tweaks. Then we'll run Fortnite. we'll have a look at the performance. We'll land in the same place and everything and see how we do. And then we'll wrap up the stream after that. Lucifer, good to see you, my friend. Hope life is treating you well. Screen is scratched up to anything, isn't it? Look. Okay. Nice to have so many viewers on the stream as well. Lovely to see. Entered XT H3. No, I haven't, but it looks fine. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Right, AMD overclocking, accept. So we're just gonna change the precision boost overdrive back to auto. And then we're gonna play Fortnite. We're gonna monitor the temperatures, the performance, and see how we go. Gonna change the 12700K to 3900KF. Oh, you could. Could you not just overclock your 12700K, get the same performance? Oh, you're in A4H2O. Maybe not then. I don't know. Oh, Disteo's here. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, Timmy, I agree. I recommended 48 gigabytes. I don't know why they just said we want 128 gigs. I was like, all right. All right. I was like, okay, but I don't think you need this. I think you're better off spending your money on like a bigger storage drive or something. So yeah, Timmy, I'm with you, honestly. Oh, Lucifer, join the club. Everyone's concerned about RAM price. What are you going to do? Yeah, just stay. It's all right. Yeah, I'm back working in the hospital again for a bit. And the timing is really good because the sales have just completely dropped off a cliff recently. And I haven't even raised my prices that much. Because I'm still doing PC build pricing with my 230 quid 32 gig kits of RAM. So yeah, I don't know if people already just got everything they needed already. I think this time of year is generally quite quiet anyway. So just hoping it goes well. How about you? I never thought February was any good for PC sales. So yeah. The motherboard has 2 M2 slots. Yeah. Yeah, give the surgeon some lags, guys. Timmy knows. Well, yeah. Look, and you can do that if you want. I mean, I don't know. Are you going to get much better? You got a sale after raising your prices. That's something. Yeah, nice. Nice. We've all had to raise our prices, and I hate doing it. I really hate doing it. Got some adjustments to your store. I'll have a look in a minute whilst Fortnite's loading. Oh yeah, I'm offline. Forgot. So this is about as CPU intensive as it can get, Fortnite 1080p low. So this should stress our CPU. And we've got afterburner up, perfect. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, good advice actually. Fortnite has crashed. Oh, come off it. Come off it, Fortnite. It's difficult to learn how to do this. If you mean PC building, no, you just do it a lot. The tuning, you just check stuff out on YouTube and see what works. Test it out, see what works. Oh, an automation. That's not a bad shout, is it, actually? Yeah. To stay, your website looks great. It's really well laid out. Nice photos as well. Oh, do you think it's not running because I haven't got secure boot on? Do you reckon that's what it is? Should we have a look? I bet that's what it is. Fortnite 0 FPS next game. I'll have to see if the secure boot's on. Yeah, I know, but this is exactly the kind of thing that AI is for, to stay. I use AI to help with coding my website as well. It's really helpful. You're the Maxon distributor for the UK as well. That's funny. I like it. Right. Find the secure boot. Enabled standard. Oh, it's already on. Okay. We'll try again. Harry, yes, the benchmark did go well. So we lost 4% performance, but dropped our temperatures by 15 degrees. So, yeah. So, pretty good result all in, I think. And that's just in Cinebench. So we might actually gain performance in Fortnite. So we'll see. If Fortnite will bloody run, don't ask me how it happened. I can't explain it. It's kind of good, though, that it was good for you. And it's also good for them to have a UK contact, right? Oh, did you know it's 8:20 p.m.? Well, maybe in your part of the world, buddy. It's 4:20 here. 4:20 blazing. Do you get a lot of interest in the Maxim stuff then, Desteo? That's interesting. Oh, yeah, fair enough. And they just said, we're looking. Yeah, nice. Well, that's helpful for you as well. Yeah, you should get preferential pricing. Let's try again then, shall we? Show me Fortnite. Seriously, people buy a lot of Maxon. That's so funny. A lot of niche stuff on the higher end boards. I didn't even know they did high end. So that's good. I always think of them as that AliExpress sort of lower brand. I'm gonna look while this is loading, I'll see what's available. Do you know what their warranties are like? Oh, the B60s, yeah, those are very popular. So if I'm speaking really loudly, it's because the computer is so loud. The fans are going absolutely mental. Oh, okay. So let's just get MSI Afterburner up. And you deal with their warranties, so fair enough. That's really cool. Their boards look nice, man, actually. Nice designs. They do a micro ATX X870 with an... Ooh! I'm going to have a little look through that a bit. What was the price for the build? It's like, it was around 6K. Something stupid like that. Oh, good. So MSI Afterburner's working. Okay. So currently CPU temperature at 60 degrees. I'm telling you, this is going to go into the 90s when we start playing. So let's do it. Some of these motherboard designs are amazing from Maxon. What the hell? I need that MSI Craft B860M in an AMD flavor. It looks great. Dude, these look amazing. Oh yeah, the 220 quid B850. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what the? Oh, is that the one that's got the slot on the back? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Dude, yeah, Timmy, dude, that's the one I'm looking at. That iCraft X870M looks so freaking good. Oh my god. I might, when I've cleared some builds, I might actually get one. It looks great. Hell yeah. All right, boys. Tell you what, I'll just try and get this a bit closer. Give it one of these. So we can see the numbers a bit better. So CPU's at 95 degrees C. We've not even dropped in yet. Okay, so we'll drop at the same place every time. We'll drop at these solar panel things in the middle of the map. Oh yeah, thanks to Steph. I might, do you know what? Well, I've got a lot of stock to clear at the moment. I've actually got a half decent amount of RAM. And once I've cleared a few, I will look into that X870M. It's actually like quite reasonably priced for an X870 as well. Right, I'm looking at this at an angle, so don't judge. Okay. So the performance is looking amazing. 400 FPS. I mean, the thing is, there's a little bit of coil whine. It's actually not too bad. Oh, right. Get me out of here. Is there a car here somewhere? That'll do. So 450 FPS average, but the 1% lows are about half. Oh! Hey! Rude. Oh! You bastard! I didn't know there was somebody there. So 84, but this was up in the 90s when we were actually playing. So obviously not great. So we had this was 440 and 200 440 and 200. So we'll come out, we will go and tweak this now in the BIOS, and we'll see what the difference in performance is. I'll give you Destea's other kidney for Destea. Do you actually need some RAM? Like, please, I can't give out loads. I can give you like 1 or 2 kits at a half reasonable price. Like, let me know your current price that you're getting it at, and I'll see what I can do. But probably 1 or 2 kits is all I can do. And that doesn't extend to everybody else, by the way. So we've got 95C, 440 FPS average, and 201% lows. So we'll see how this changes. All right, so we've got our profile saved, so we can just load it straight up. So that's going to save us a bit of time. And anyone that's interested, we can have a quick squiz over it. So we put it into 95 watts limit, TDC 75 amps, EDC 110 amps. The scaler we've left on auto, but I mean 1x is also fine. It shouldn't go above 1x. We'll leave the boost clock override alone. Realistically, we're not going to be boosting too much above 5 gigahertz anyway. And we've set our thermal throttle limit to 80. So that's how we've set that up. I have a few RAM kits, but a load of B850s. Definitely gonna need some. If you get really stuck, yeah, drop me a line, and I can help you out with. But really, 1 or 2 kits would be the max I can do. If you get stuck and you really can't get any, then I can help you out with 1 or 2. The real problem I'm having is that all the RAM that I've got is not low profile. So if anyone orders an ITX build, I do end up having to buy more RAM. So it's kind of annoying. Okay, so just waiting for this to load. Obviously, the boot times are not amazing with 128 gigabytes of RAM. Especially on DDR5, it's not known for its fast boot times. Okay, round 2, let's go. I mean, to stay, I kind of agree. Like, I'd be fine on DDR4. If I was building a DDR4 system now, I'd go for like 14600K, 14700K DDR4. You'd be having a great time. No one shot the Lunar New Year sale. Go away. Okay. Oh, whatever. Go away. Right. Let's do it. It cost just over 13k to do that build in New Zealand. Crazy. Smaller countries always get screwed over, don't they, when these kind of things happen? Trying to wake the CPU up a little bit. using 4% of the RTX 5090's utilization. You could set up a VM and just have 20 instances of Fortnite running on the 5090. It always sometimes does this in the lobby, doesn't it, where the FPS goes down. There you go, it's picking up now. Nice flat frame time graph, that's good. Okay, so we landed in the middle, didn't we? I'm trying to find that spot that we landed at before. Where was it? Oh, it was that. That's where we landed. Temperature's looking a lot better, guys. 72 now, so we're down by 23 degrees. That's significant. And our boosts are really good. Look at this, 5.2 gigahertz. That's very impressive, if I do say so myself. Oh, sit down, Gid. Fortnite gamer. Fortnite Battle Pass. So boost clock's looking really nice, 5.2 gigahertz. FPS average is higher, the 1% low is the same. Where's that golf cart? So we've got better performance, lower temperatures. Come on, guys. We're 20 FPS higher on the average and 16 FPS higher on the 1%. So I'm absolutely stoked with this. This could not have gone better. I'm very, very impressed. Better performance, lower temperatures, lower power draw. Let's get into some mischief. CPU is now running at 79 degrees C. That is acceptable. If you are really worried, you could go back to the BIOS, set that thermal limit to 75 if you really wanted to. Have some of that! Oops. Uh-oh. Please don't kill me. Oh! Oh! What the hell was that? It's some kind of lightsaber. Okay. So, essentially, by the time we finished all that, the average FPS and the 1% lows were exactly the same. So, I call that a huge win. And that is in a CPU-bound game as well. So, very impressed with that, guys. So, it can be done. What did the poll say at the start? I need to go back and have a look at this. 53% said yes. Guys, you're so nice to me. So we pulled it off. achieved what we set out to do. So what more is there to say? Might be able to send a couple of motherboards to a review. Well, that would be really nice to stay. And if you want, I could just use them and send them back to you if you want to use them yourself. That's fine as well. I do like that iCraft with the screen on the side is really cool. Looks solid. Amazing. Right. Well, focus that a bit better. There we go. Oh, should you? Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah. Well, let's see what you've got. I do like that iCraft X870. So I'll see if I can show the stream. I mean, look at that. It's got a little LCD readout on the side with all the stuff. Like, kids love that kind of stuff. I'll have a look at the B850s. That's quite an expensive B850. I probably wouldn't use that personally. But it looks nice though. I mean, Maxon stuff looks way better than all the others in terms of the aesthetic. Terminator B650. That looks like it's got a pretty beefy BRM on it. What else? They got to do these for AMD. They got to. Look, it's amazing. Like, who else is making designs that look like that? It's awesome. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just do a little fly through. We'll just do a little fly through of the case, show people that have missed the build what we've done today. We've pulled it off. We've stuffed all this stupidly high-end hardware into a tiny case. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Well, that'd be cool. I'll have a look. But it's looking good so far. So yeah, here we go. So Antec Performance 1M case, grapefruit ting. Just a nice little solidly built case. And actually, because the customer is going to be traveling with it a lot, having a case with good build quality is actually a real boon. It's got the nice red interior. It's the 5090 gigabyte wind force there. Absolutely massive. It's a big chunk boy. But among the 5090s, it is, unbelievably, this is one of the small ones. So, impressed. And then I'll just turn this case around. You can have a little view of the ting while we do that. And that's the other chamber. And I think we did really well with the cable management here because we put the 12-volt cable down the side there, just the motherboard in the middle, and then the CPU power just sweeps across the front, and the fan cables go in between the two fans. So that could definitely have been a lot worse. So it's pretty nice. And a little spec run through before we finish. So case is the Antec Performance 1M. And then we've got a Ryzen 9800X 3D. And that's the Thermalright AXP90 X53 full copper edition. with a Noctua A9 fan over the top of it instead of the stock one. We've got a B850i Edge Wi-Fi MSI motherboard, 128 gigabytes of investment portfolio Corsair RAM. It's 6400 mega transfers, but we couldn't get it stable, so we tuned it down to 6000 at CL40, and that's running nice and stable now. Stupidly, that RAM was like £1,600. Absolute nut jobs, but apparently they need that much RAM. So I was like, okay, if you want it, as long as you're willing to pay for it. And then we've got the Corsair SF1000 gold power supply there. And then 2 Fractal Aspect 14s in the bottom. And then, of course, we've got our Gigabyte Windforce 5090 there. So yeah, pretty nice, guys. Pretty good. It's like among ITX cases, like, you know, you'd think like, oh, it's not that dense. You could probably have made it smaller, but that's part of why this build works, is that you do have a slight bit of breathing room there. So it works really well for this particular usage. Obviously, competitors to this, you'd be thinking of like the Fractal Terra, but that is slightly smaller. You won't get this GPU into a Fractal Terra, not quite. So there you go. Let's see. Oh, I've had loads of chat going on here. I sold my house for it. It's my new investment portfolio. Yeah, this color looks so nice, man. It looks so good, that red, doesn't it? Although in a way it's kind of nice that it's on the inside, because it's like it's a nice little surprise. You might get sick of it if you saw it all the time. I don't know. But the cable management's great. Like, they cut out holes everywhere for you to, you know, put the cable ties in and things like that. The metal quality is like real solid. Like, you could really smack it and it will not move. It's proper CNC powder coated stuff. Like, you pay a premium for it. It's a damn nice case, I tell you. And that will serve well for travel as well, being solidly built like that. If you put it on like hand luggage and things like that, moving it around, having it solid like that, it's not going to warp. It's fantastic. Yeah, I probably could tune the RAM timings to get better latency. You are correct. But with 128 gigs, RAM tuning is real hard, and I don't want any instability in the system. So I'm gonna quit while I'm partially ahead. But you're not wrong. You know, if this was your own PC, you could take some more time to do that. Yeah. Very nice. Right, we're gonna wrap things up in a second, guys, because I've been live for so long. This build did take a lot longer than I expected. So I'll put a face cam back on. We'll say our goodbyes. Oh, so tilt that up a little bit. GG's in the chat, absolutely. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. If anyone's new, don't forget to like and subscribe, etc. Try to do these streams every 2 weeks. That seems to be a bit more of a schedule that I keep up. You know, I do 4 days a week in the hospital, so but juggling that, the business and the videos and stuff. So difficult, right? So we'll shut this down. Yeah, yeah. So Gary's mentioned earlier there was a screw snapped off from that cooler, and I don't know if we can see it here. So this is luckily they give you a spare in the box. This is the nut that you use to fix it to the back of the motherboard. And eagle-eyed among you will have noticed that there's, I'll put it over my face, there's like a screw like half stuck in there. So, yeah. Luckily there were spares included in the case, in the cooler box, so that's good. Thanks, Tyler, appreciate it. Yeah, it's not a video editing, it's like an Unreal Engine architecture thing. Weird. I think it is a weird choice of spec, but that's what they said they needed. So worst comes to worst, like what they could do if they really needed to get some cash back is just take one of the sticks out, because you'd still have 64 gigs and it still runs all right in single channel. So that'd be another way to recoup, I suppose. But no one needs 128 gigs. Nobody needs an RTX 5090, really. So I've said that ever since it came out, that it's not a gaming card. But what are you going to do? The customer is always right. I just thought if they were going to do Unreal Engine that they'd want a Ryzen 9. But maybe they decided against that because it had to be ITX. It had to be small form factor, and that was non-negotiable. Because I think getting a 9950X to work in this would be hard, because those things pull like 200 to 230 watts if you don't tune them, whereas the 9800 X3D pulls like 130, so it's a bit more reasonable to get that down to 95. Whereas I think if you put a 9950 X3D down to 95 watts, you'd lose quite a significant amount of performance. So maybe that's what it is, I don't know. I think so my understanding is they have some kind of architecture rendering software that they're not developing it, but they play it as if it's a game. That's what they told me. It's like running a game. So I don't know. I'm not an expert, so they could be absolutely right. Don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know about stuff that I don't know about. But yeah. But it's an impressive little thing. And this is the second time I've done this build, actually, if you can believe it. But yeah, looks nice. Beautiful in racing red trim. But I've told them that if you move this around, you have to pad every inch of space in here with some kind of foam to stop it like snapping off and stuff. But so, well, if you're saying that Unreal's it is heavy, then that makes sense. But yeah, it does that same thing that the Terra does, where it's got the slidable spine, so you do end up with a slight gap in the back. That's cool. Don't mind that. Luckily, actually, today we didn't even need to adjust the spine. It was already in the perfect position out of the box. But it does that same thing that the Terra does. And one of the things I like about this, just like, look at that front. That's beautiful. That is a beautiful front of a PC. Just power button, USB-C, no funny business. Yeah, it's great. I think, like, overall, this is my favorite ITX case, because it's not the smallest, and it's probably not even got the most cooling. Like there's some like N case and down like other cases you have to order 6 months in advance that you can get a liquid cooler into. But the machining is so nice, it's so solid, really easy to build in, and what really helps is having those two fans in the bottom as well, drive a bit of air through the system. So thanks, Tyler, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, so if there's any more questions, guys, chuck them in the comments in the video, and in a minute I'm going to go. Johnsbow T9, what's that? There's so many Johnsbows out at the moment, I have to look at which one that is. Johnsbow T9. Ooh, that is a bit nice. Oh, I might have to get one of those. Ooh, I might even like the look of that more than the Terra. That's a bit tasty, isn't it? What can you fit in it, I guess, is the 310mm graphics card. So you are a little bit more limited in terms of graphics card length, but if you can fit in that, you'll be fine. That's a tough choice because that Johnsbow looks really good. That's going on my list. What kind of... what? So has it got a movable spine or no? It looks like it does. So what kind of CPU cooler can you fit in it? Johnsbow T9. Max CPU cooler height 78. Oh, that's really good. Wait, how wide is this thing? Oh, it looks nice, man. That's a difficult choice. It's going to be personal choice, isn't it? Like, do you want more of an industrial look or do you want that sort of natural kind of wood look? Yeah, the T9 looks smaller, you're right, yeah. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it, man. See you later. Thanks for joining. Well, the T9 is going on my list of boards, list of cases to try because that looks incredible. When did that come out? I'll have to look and see if Mr. Matt Lee has done a video on it. He usually gets these kind of cases in, doesn't he? He does good videos. We'll have to see. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap it up there. So hopefully you've had a nice Sunday. I've had a nice little fun Sunday putting together this lovely PC. And I'm glad we got the good result that we did. Anyway, nice to see everybody. Hope you're having a lovely weekend and continue to have a